to 2025, to the first Grimm's Dungeon stream of 2025.
Holy
the
shit.
future is dark, our outlook is bleak, and yet I wholeheartedly believe, without a shadow of a doubt, that we will continue to suffer.
More than likely, yes.
Oh, yeah.
That's my promise. That's my promise to all of you spirits out there, is that we're all going to keep suffering. And that's my promise as someone with absolutely no power stuck in a dungeon. Well, actually, Grimm put us in separated solitary cells today because it is snowy here in Tennessee, and they don't want us huddling together to stay warm.
It's actually kind of nice.
Yeah, how is everybody surviving the second snowpocalypse in the last 3 years that any other place would call normal weekend weather?
Mm-hmm.
Better than last year because my apartment complex actually salted the parking lot.
They're learning.
Love that. We love that.
They're learning.
Oh no, this is a completely different complex than it was last year.
Oh.
I mean, I would say the one last year was a little bit nicer. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of hope in that time period, and missed that. And the roads were more icy for drifting.
So true. We're returning to the Cairn tabletop system because it was just a blast to play last time. I've actually played it a lot in my homie games. That's games with my homies. Because it's really easy to pick up and run. And I think after playing it probably once or twice before running it on for the one shot we did on Grimm's Dungeon in person, which you can find on YouTube, and then running it a couple times after that with a completely new player who's also not a performer, I think I figured out what's so attractive about it beyond the rules lightness. It's Christian's first time playing, which is exciting, and it's Paige's first time playing on Grimm.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, we got to play a homie game, but I think I figured out what is so attractive about it. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, don't you take that away from her.
But I'm gonna save that till the end. I think I figured it out. But we'll save that for the end. So, for those who are new and don't know what Cairn, or Keen, if you're from Europe, is about, it's a rules light, dark adventure game. The focus is really on player cooperation and creativity and exploration in a very dark, deadly, unforgiving world. So it's very easy to die, but it's also really easy to roll up a new character. And the core mechanic, 1d20, roll low. That's it. And you don't even use that much. So I'm expecting these unfortunate fellow captives, I pretend to have any power here, to move us forward. So welcome to the Winter Wondershot. We've got Brandon on the ones and twos tonight, meaning he's the one changing the music. So literally the ones and twos. The Winter Wondershot, I did not name this. I did not name the last one. That was Brave the Thicket, the last one shot we did. That is all Paige. She makes up a name, and then I make up something that is loosely tied to those words. So, let's
Matthew
begin.
gives me nothing, so I just have to shoot into the dark.
And then I take from the dark this story. Brandon, can I have something ethereal? I know you only have 4 songs. So I hope you know what they sound like.
Something strange.
Something strange.
This is what you're getting.
Okay, wow.
Amazing.
That's great.
There is a whistle of wind in the air. Your village of Frost Edge sits equidistant between the sea and the mountains on a plain of ice. The 4 of you were carrying supplies letters, trade items, to a village deeper and higher in this northern mountain range. You were traveling through the only pass through the mountains, called the Piercing Veil, when a colossal snowstorm struck, basically pulling the breath from your bodies, and with it, an avalanche. Luckily, you were able to avoid it. It fell behind you as you moved forward. However, as you turn around, the Piercing Veil, the only pass through the mountains that leads from your village to the other one deeper in, is blocked. Let's describe our characters. Paige, what do we see?
You see a scrawny, short, young man, who has just very sunken features and a very, very short shaved head, almost like military shaved head, wearing chainmail and a helmet and with the sword, but a young and scrawny kid, essentially.
Oh, so they're young.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon, what are we looking at?
Looking at a kind of a pale-faced individual. He has this, would normally be longer hair, but it is pulled back in like a low ponytail to keep it kind of together. It's a bit salt and pepper. Build, he's looking pretty like someone who should be a little quicker versus a little stronger. However, it's probably hard to see that considering they are standing in plate armor with a warhammer hanging from their side of their belt and a longbow like slung over the back. In general, they seem a little more dismissive and borderline lazy, but also they're the one with the stuff, so they're doing their job.
Morgan, what do we see?
Before I was just gonna say, Brandon continues to play the same bulky
The dice!
characters.
The dice!
The dice
Put it on
don't
the
lie.
table.
They said, you know what this man needs? The same thing.
More beef. The
Same
same thing.
I'm pouring some parm on your pasta at Olive Garden, and you just say when, and he never says
Never
when.
says when.
More of the same. More of the
More of the
same.
same.
More of the same. I'm boring.
Going.
Hey, the same is not always boring. Either way,
Wow. Such wisdom.
Such wisdom.
whatever. Next up in the lineup is a also fairly young man, very long, kind of almost like darker blonde hair, kind of like mine, but just beyond shoulder length, falling onto kind of like padded armor. Kind of, he's got a dagger that's just off the hip. Got a little bit of a birthmark that goes right across the cheek. Nothing really all that notable about him. Just very holds close to himself and looks a little wary, somewhat worse for wear. Not great, not very taken care of.
As many look in these difficult tundra living spaces. And then finally, Christian, what's the last figure we see standing here?
So thank you for inviting me here. Just wanted to let you know from the bottom, starting up, we've got some elegant thigh highs. Nice white leather. I mean, just as you're going up, you can tell this individual's kind of got it all going on in the right places. It's pretty tight.
Very put together.
Very, very put together. She's got kind of like a trench coat going. You can tell just kind of from the boots, it's a very feminine, very elegant kind of figure. And then we get up, and you could just see those rock-tight buns, if you actually get a glimpse of that below the trench coat, which some might not. And then we got like this nice leather padding, lots of just decorative, just intricate little designs, and I forget the word for it, where it's just like
Filigree?
kind of...
Some like delicate filigree.
Yes. Thank you. That's a very, very descriptive word. But as we kind of, you see like this nice round hourglass figure, very tight, obviously works out a lot. We get to the face. Little rat-like, to be honest with you here, Tom. And the hair just used to be, maybe was okay at some point. It's nice and curled, but it is a little wispy and thin, and it is nice and gray, as we have our first old character of the bunch. She does have a nice rosy complexion, and very nice, kind, maybe a little nervous but determined eyes. And she also has with her a nice, beautiful, shaggy-faced bloodhound.
Aww. Yes, so we see these 4 figures, and then we see this smaller figure, this bloodhound, and I think that there's also they're actually harnessed into a very small sled, because as noted, you guys are carrying supplies. They're sort of lassoed into this little small sled that you guys were pulling, and this is kind of where we find you all. Is this moment of almost silence as the snow, having plummeted into the pass for these 2 high, like sheer walls blocking the way back home. As the snow sort of dust settles, there's this calm. Your hearts are still beating from the absolutely raging storm that just tore through and caused this to happen, causing you to flee forward. And you can just hear a very slow rumble. And you look ahead, you can see the end of the pass where these 2 sheer walls end and you break out, pass through the mountains. Your skin is probably sweating inside all of your furs despite the cold. And your breath, like cold, gets caught in your throat. Because as that rumble grows louder, you realize the avalanche is not over. We get some combat music there, Brandon. The rumble grows, and you see above your heads little snowballs, little things start to plummet off, and some of the ice is starting to break and pull off the sides.
And before that happens, you just see as Elizabeth looks at the team. I can't believe that missed us. Wow.
It's coming. It's still coming.
Oh dear.
We should go.
Come on, Gypsy.
I scoop up the dog.
Classic Scooby-Doo style.
Your little bloodhound is like basically like prancing back and forth, like basically as fear. They look like they're probably about as nervous as you are, just as a baseline.
Oh good lord!
And they're starting to pull. They want to run, but they're waiting for your signal.
Freaking go! She does like her nice little whistle.
They take off, and I assume that everyone else does as well.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So tell me how we're moving. Basically, it's kind of like the walls are starting to like almost like shed off and crash into waves behind you. So everybody, tell me what you're doing. If you're using any items as you flee forwards. As you're moving, you obviously see the exit ahead of you. It is the farthest point, of course, in this sort of like narrow, jagged avenue through the mountains. You do know that there should be a cave system that you could duck into. You can't quite see it yet, but you all have traveled the piercing veil before, so you do know that you could duck into this sort of cave system if you needed to. But tell me what you're doing, if you're pulling out any equipment, and then also give me a strength save as you power forward and try to outrun the avalanche, unless you are doing something that you think would give you something else.
I would say you go ahead.
You first. Okay. Also, never gave most characters names, but
Oh, yeah.
Yore, which
You'll
is
get my name
mine.
spoken.
I like the mystery.
He's just straight up running. He has a torch pulled out just for warmth and for light, just in case. But he is just straight running and kind of looking back. We gonna go for the cave or not?
I'm gonna pull out my spyglass as we run, and without stopping running, which is gonna make it really hard. But I'm gonna try
You do
and
it in
like
movies
see
all
if
the
I
time.
can.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
talking about?
I'm gonna try and see if I could like spot the cave as we run, but I don't.
Yeah, because the air around you is getting filled with the sort of powdered snow, the soft snow that slides off first, and then you can almost feel these like chips of ice beginning to like shatter against your legs, or that tight buttocks that Elizabeth described. She has, it's just like kind of bouncing off.
Like everything's good down here. When we kind of get up here, it's like, oh, still okay. Elizabeth is definitely going to take out her hatchet.
Yeah, for her,
just in
I
case.
just wrote down Elizabeth, hot, great aunt.
Yeah.
She's gonna take out her hatchet. That way, if needed be, she can kind of just try to plunge it into some snow to grab some traction. All right, what do you want these rolls, baby?
Yeah, it sounded like everybody's pretty much trying to sprint. So normally I might, call for like a dex save for this type of avoiding an obstacle, but I think it's very clear where it's coming from. This is more about powering and strength and like how fast, how much you can push. So I'm asking for a strength save. So we roll a d20. This is the single d20 roll low. So whatever everybody's strength stat is, they are trying to roll under it to succeed in the save.
I succeed with an 11.
Natural 20
Oh, God.
on the rose quartz
Such a-
dice.
That's such a good dice, though. That's so sweet.
And she's so pretty.
And it looks like
she's really
Elizabeth
pretty.
She's so pretty.
She is.
Elizabeth succeeded, right? You rolled under 14. That's just
Got a 10.
Strong lady. What about you, Brandon?
Them legs, though.
Moroth, in his plate, did not succeed.
Oh,
I did roll
no.
a 20, but I was damn close.
Oh no.
And what is Paige's
Oh.
character?
Arwell.
Farwell.
It was like my
Give a
plate
strength of
told me
20, right?
out.
For the 5 minutes that it'll matter,
All right.
his name is
and now,
Arwell.
and Arwell had called out, like, are we going to the cave? That was you, Kurt. Oh, no, it was Yermore.
Yeah, and I was trying to
so-
look for the cave, so maybe that slowed me down a lot.
Powdered snow, like, as you pull out your spyglass, like, it's very hard to, like, organize that along with sprinting at full speed, which is the only way you'd be able to avoid this, like, cacophony. And, like, it's an overwhelming noise, too. Like, the ice, like, it creates so much noise. It's, like, basically being inside, like, a machine workshop with a bunch of, like, powerful engines running all next to you at once. You do see up ahead on the left, maybe about halfway between the end of the pass of the Piercing Veil and where you're standing now, you do see the cave. It's up on the left. It's still uncovered, so it is closer. However, none of you are going to be that familiar with the cave system, so there's always the danger of just being in caves
And probably also
But it
getting
is
trapped
shelter?
by the avalanche in the
and
cave,
possibly
yeah.
getting trapped. So I think as Yermore yells behind him, like, are we going for the cave? I think everybody needs to answer.
I see it, it's up ahead.
A little aggressively, he would just start basically barking orders for people to get to the cave.
I want to live.
Okay, so we're heading to the cave. So, as you guys are sprinting, Elizabeth sees it or not Elizabeth, sorry, Arwell sees it and says, up on the left. You run. Your blood is pumping in your ears. Boroth, slowed by your heavy armor, a huge sheet of ice falls and slams into you as you start to fall behind, staggering you off your feet. And you manage to keep going, but you are going to take 2 points of damage.
Does my hit protection?
Hit protection. So you take 2 off of that.
Take 2 off my protection right now.
Yes,
Okay.
unless you have armor, in which case you subtract that from the damage first.
I have armor 3.
Armor 3.
Damn.
It slams into you. You're wearing this heavy armor, which slowed you down.
Yeah,
You basically
but
brush
saved
it
my
off.
life.
Like, you can feel the metal, even with the pads in between you and the metal. You feel that metal kind of
that hit. Yeah,
and you brush it off, and you're like, "Get to the cave!"
yeah.
Boom, and you slam around the corner into the cave, followed by Elizabeth, followed by Yermore, Arwen.
Oh god.
And he would just be like, if someone's slow, he would basically be just grabbing and shoving them into the cave.
From the other side, you don't get hit by any like ice or anything, but you get halted as a huge like wave of snow comes and shoots down and basically buries you up to your waist, stopping you about 20 feet away from the entrance. In the process of which your spyglass is lost in the snow.
Ah!
So Boroth, as you gesture Yermore and Elizabeth into the cave, you turn around, you see Elizabeth stuck, and you can
Nope.
see up above
Arwell.
more cracks breaking as another
Trying to dig myself
wave
out.
comes in. We'll call that round 1, round 2.
I'm
does
trying to
everyone
dig
do?
myself out. Yeah.
Okay.
He would run over to her.
Okay. What does everybody else do?
I'm
I think-
nervous.
Just check.
No.
Just looking over my own body.
So you don't care about it. Got it.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
I don't know what would be helpful in this scenario. Gypsy.
They're like running in a circle right in the edges. They've gotten tangled up in their harness. Boroth, you run out and
Yes.
you've got to make your way. You can make your way to her this round.
Yep.
Both seeing Elizabeth. Arwell, you're going to give me a strength save to dig yourself out.
Okay.
Boroth, you can make it to her if you would like an action to go with that.
Yeah.
What would you like to do?
Help. I'll pull her out.
Okay,
I
Go
failed
ahead.
to dig myself out.
go ahead and give me a strength save, Boroth, to pull her out.
Fail.
Oh no.
You're trying to dig yourself out. but
Barely,
The wave
but
of snow
it
is just
is a
continuing
fail.
and continuing, and now it's up to your chest, and you can't get a good grip on her, Boroth. Like between your armor, you're up to your waist now, and you're reaching, and you can barely grasp just her hand. And you're pulling.
If it's a matter of reaching her, I'll grab my warhammer and stretch it out so she can like wrap onto it.
That was your action for this round.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Because you grabbed her by your hand and you tried
Yep.
to pull, but you're just not quite able.
Got it.
So for the way that quote-unquote combat rounds work, everybody gets a movement and an action. That action can be something, make an attack, cast a spell, or do a big thing. Doing a big thing like helping someone. So whatever you consider your action for that round. We basically, for Christian, since it's the first time you're playing, the way the rounds go, there is no order. That's why I ask what everybody is doing first, and then we just kind of go through it in the way that makes the most sense. And that's the same even if there are enemies around. So you see Boroth standing out there, hand in hand with Arwell, trying to pull her, and you can see that the kind of waves of snow have like slowed down, but there are some final dangerous sheets of ice about to plummet upon them, and you think that's what's going to happen in this next round. So, what would everyone like to do?
Now that he knows that he's safe, Yermore is going to see what's going on and he's going to run over to the snow pile that's coming in with everyone crowded around, and if he can't reach her, then he's going to try and use the torch to try and like melt some of the snow around her, maybe, if that might help, like trying to melt a path or at least a little bit out of the way.
Okay, so you're gonna move out and then try to use your torch and try to also, scrape. Just basically continue to try to move the snow away from around here. All right.
I will
Bora,
do my best
sure.
to help as well. I'm going to take out my bow, and I will shoot a couple of arrows their way, and tell them grab the arrows and plunge it into the ice to pull yourself out.
Okay.
You shoot an arrow. It sticks into the snow right next to Arwell. So you've got one hand on Boroth, and you grab this arrow, pull it up, and
like
dig it
use
out.
like a python.
Yeah. And Boroth, are you trying to continue pulling her out?
Yeah, I'm gonna just keep on with that.
Okay. So what we're gonna do is both of you are gonna roll a strength save again. So essentially, what we've set up in this round is that these sort of like ice not pillars, stalactites are going to fall, right? And they're huge. So this sort of like wave of snow has started to calm, but now there's this sort of like rattling from above, and these sheets of ice are about to fall. So essentially, this is the last chance you have to escape the result of that. Okay? And it is rattling all the way down the pass, so you think that basically everything from above is about to just drop.
Does my arrow help?
Yes. So let's hear the results.
Right.
Yes.
Oh, I rolled my strength. I don't. Is that good?
Meter
And what
beat?
about Bora?
Equal to or under, yeah.
Yes.
Meter beat.
Yes. With the pretty dice. Fuck you. Okay.
They're redeeming themselves. Boroth, what'd you get?
I got an 18 and my strength is 10.
So, we have one success and one failure. With the assistance between the arrow and everything, I was gonna let one of you re-roll. You're gonna need two. So Bora, if you want to use a re-roll, see if you can succeed.
Yeah. You got it.
Yimmer's holding the torch right there.
3!
3!
Hell yeah.
I beat it by 7 points. Let's go.
You punch
already
that
sweaty.
bicep. Arwell, you yank on that arrow deep into the snow. Boroth pulls at the right time. You're standing there with the torch, and then takes off running back. And basically, you pull her, and you're like, both of you are like stumbling forward, stumbling backward, and push and make your way right into the cave. Right as everything falls and goes black, except for Yimmer's torch.
Yeah, thank God you didn't just plunge it into the snow.
Yeah, I don't want to extinguish it or anything.
By my calculations, if we melt some of the snow, we might be able to get out.
Take me back to his area. There's this sudden silence, even as you can hear like more waves packing on top of it outside, until it just gets so distant that you can't quite make it out, so muffled. And basically it's like when you open a door and there's just like a wall of snow there.
Yeah.
Basically that has happened. It's spilled a little bit into the cave.
So it's not like a clean door.
Mm-hmm.
It's like more of like a pet door.
Yeah, a pet door. The cave is now blind. You're taking stock of your surroundings. You see you're just sort of in this small sort of cave area that you can see branches off further into a tunnel that goes sort of deeper into this mountain. And if we turn our eyes to roll 20, I'll give you a little, these are my sort of vibe pictures, just to give you an idea of the area that you're in. We're not going to use maps, because Cairn doesn't need a grid or anything. It could, but we don't need it. So you're looking deeper into this cave, and you can see where some of these like giant icicles, because of the avalanche and the snowstorm, have fallen, shattered on the ground. But despite that, there's still almost a sort of like beautiful array of different sized icicles just spread across this cave and ice down the walls and across the floor. You see it goes deeper in. It looks like it kind of branches off, not very equally, into different directions. You all are familiar enough with this area. You're not too far from your village necessarily. You are aware of this cave system. You know that it can branch and exit pretty much anywhere in the area, should you be able to find your way through, but that's the dangerous part. I'll remind you that your goal was to deliver some supplies and like things for trade. Basically, you guys were making the last pilgrimage before the harshest part of winter up to this northern village.
Good job, Gypsy.
And maybe you were just traveling there yourselves to stay, depending on what your plans were. And as you nod and pat your little bloodhound's head, you look over to the sled and see that all of the supplies have disappeared, unfortunately.
That's what I was gonna ask. I was gonna be like, so what supplies do we have?
They are now buried underneath the avalanche. Now,
And I lost my spyglass.
Gypsy,
they hang
come
their
here.
head.
Look, it's not your fault. You were a good dog.
They bark really loudly and a bunch of the icicles rattle.
Oh, I'll look over. Hey, easy.
Quiet. Now, Gypsy, do you think you could find the telescope in the snow? Give her a smell.
They like roll over to Arwell and just kind of give her hand a little snuffle, and then just look very like forlornly back at you, Elizabeth. And you do not think that they would be able to dig through the outside quickly enough.
I just imagine the way you've described this dog. When you said roll over to Arwell, I'm like, this dog is just a ball of wrinkles. It's just a ball of wrinkles with a nose and some eyes.
Their body is actually very svelte, but their head, it's like all of their face is like
All
pushed
of
forward.
all the
It's
wrinkles would
actually very
Aw.
reminiscent of Elizabeth, where they
Yeah,
look very in
that's
shape
where we're
except for their head.
You know how they say
Strong
that
and
pets,
stout.
yeah, pets look like their owners. That's the whole
Yeah.
thing.
Just like
At this
such
point,
a sexy dog.
Matthew, are we closer to home or closer to the village we were traveling to?
So you, as the crow flies, closer to home, but with the cave system, it's hard to tell like how you would make it to navigate. So essentially, the choices that you are making, you think you are obviously closer to the northern side of the Piercing Pale Pass. Like it would be easier to keep going and find a way out the direction you are already going. However, you've lost some of your supplies. You do not think that you have enough without like foraging or hunting to make it to the village safely. At this point, your mission's over. Your decision is to either make your way home through the caves, get out of the caves and try to go over the pass home, or to continue on to the northern village with just fewer supplies. That travel is more known, but you don't have all the supplies you had. So that's kind of where you guys are at. Trying to find a way home or to continue on, and they both present different challenges. So in this sort of calm
So would you say we
moment.
lost like all the supplies? We lost 3/4, half, quarter.
Like the sled part, just like
You
all the
basically lost the majority of pretty much everything that you were going to like trade and like give to the village, or you still have your rations and stuff, anything that you were carrying,
Mhm.
sans the spyglass.
that
So again,
really
you're
is
not
gypsy.
going to
Poor gypsy.
totally, yeah, poor gypsy, go hungry immediately, but with the length of travel, you think that it would be difficult to make it there. But the path is more well known to get to that village than it is to try to get through the mountain or over the mountain back home.
Through the mountain, secret tunnel.
Jesus.
I feel. So, how many torches do we have, young man?
I just got the one, but anybody
I
else
have
got any?
one somewhere in here. I'm just digging through.
Well, I don't advise using it quite yet.
Okay.
We will need as much light as possible, but
So we have a sled.
we have a sled, but with no items.
And I don't think it's going to be useful to try and drag it through a bunch of rocks if it's not covered in snow.
We have a sled, then we have wood and rope, and we have torches.
Fair enough.
This is a very unique sled. This is not just something we can destroy.
You want to try and carry
destroying
this
it?
thing through the
I have
caves?
my sword. I have my sword at the ready. Are we destroying it?
Wait. Let's discuss. If we go to the town, we are going there without our supplies. And if we go without our supplies, then we will not be paid. And how will we get more supplies?
We'll be there with our lives, won't we? And that's all we got right now. We're not digging back through that snow. Ain't no way we can get through that.
But wait,
You don't-
why would we go there if we can't bring them the supplies?
Safe place.
But big man, big man with armor. Do you think we would be able to last the night, and possibly dig out the supplies tomorrow? Maybe the conditions will be different, but I'm just spitballing because I'm very nervous about being abandoned in a cave.
Well, we wouldn't leave you behind, Miss Elizabeth.
You think if you took some time, feasibly, it would be, kind of, you don't know how stable it is out there, but it is a possibility. You know that it was only lost because the supplies were on there after the first wave happened and there was that calm moment. You still had the supplies, so it had to have happened in that last sprint. So it's not going to be too far away. It's just a matter of...
Not to be ambitious, but it should not be too far from the cave mouth. And that was the point of our journey.
But it's under like 20 feet of snow or something.
I have a hatchet.
It's not a good thing to get wet, especially since majority of us already got a bit wet when it's freezing. We don't want to, at least I don't want to risk any more than I've gotta. I'm not gonna lie, I was mainly going just for the, well, safer to travel in a group. I'm not worried about the money as much. As long as
I'm
we
just
get
here
there
for fun,
alive.
that I'm here.
We
I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
if we can make it to our destination, I've got some skills that can secure some coin for us to at least survive a bit up there. Sure, we don't have our supplies, but there's other ways to acquire wealth.
Yeah, and you would know, like, it's not like you're going to be turned away for not having it. Like, you guys, the villages in this region support each other. So basically, you were just making a pretty regular pilgrimage. It was probably going to be the last one of the season. And there's always that, like, sense of, like, looking forward to that very final one. It's going to be the last like little bastion and boost where everybody's going to be staying for the season, and the last communication before everything gets too difficult to traverse. So it is disappointing, but you got to balance that with survival. So as I said, you think it would be possible to dig through and find the supplies. That's going to be at least another days of rations and stuff, but then you would have it. So what's the final decision?
I say we go on without it.
Yeah, we know where we are. We know where we are. So we can go on without it. Rest there, and then just come back and get them in a day or 2 or 3, however long, whatever it takes to get there.
I think that as much as I think we could wait and get the supplies, I do not want to be alone. So I will go with all of you, if that is what we choose to together.
And Elizabeth is correct. If you left the supplies here, you would not get them back, because this is, again, this was the final chance to travel. The winter storms are going to get worse and worse. And now the piercing veil, which has been the closest pass to get through to traverse between these two villages, is now blocked. So if you don't get the supplies now, if that's possible, which you think it is, you will not get them, and that's just a choice you have to be willing to accept. And then in terms of distance to the northern village that you were going to, it's going to be a few days at least.
Do we have enough food on us to make it there?
Everybody has how many rations? 3. Without any holdups, if you didn't stay for a day.
Versus, are there things we could uncover that are edible and we could have to replenish what we use?
Yeah, food and our supplies.
Yep.
For me, it's a guaranteed, well, mostly guaranteed that we make it there just without the supplies, versus a possibility of us getting the supplies and having enough food to make it there afterward. I would rather go for the higher chance.
I am a team player.
And hot. Damn.
I'll do whatever Borat says. Captain, what'll it be?
Oh, Captain. Wow.
Oh, gosh.
See, Arwell is like trying to deepen their voice as they talk, but it just break every now and then.
The thing
Nobody
to
here
ponder,
has anything we can use to actually dig with, do they?
I have a hatchet.
Which
I don't
is,
see any
very
trees,
similar
do you?
To a ice
No.
pick and stuff, so functionally enough. You guys could use your weapons and tools
I
if
have
you
a
want.
sword.
Yeah. Is it as
Gotta
functional
shorten.
as like a shovel or a pick? No, but it would suffice, absolutely. Gypsy like walks up to the snow pile and kind of like walks up a little bit and just like very gently and ineffectively paws at it.
I would.
And then they
We
look
could-
back at you.
I think it's
and then they point.
best if we get the supplies out. And here is my reasoning. And you're welcome to. We can discuss this further. But there's a pretty good chance we can get what we've lost out of there. If we do that, it gives us more days to last if we don't get to our destination in time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Gypsy begins to dig more furiously.
Are we digging? I go help
D-
you.
We should vote.
Digging with
Hand-
my sword as if it's a shovel.
Well, it
It's
sounds-
not working very well.
I'll cut
Sounds
you off
like
there.
majority
It
is
sounds like
already.
I will use my
started like we
warhammer.
were gonna leave it, but
I'll use my warhammer to break up any thick parts.
yeah, you guys break out your tools. You probably set up the torch, like you find a way to like jam it behind you, and as you guys work your way through the snow, you like move it forward to like keep lighting your way. and you take the next basically 24 hours. You have time to like rest, each of you, in between, but taking turns to like dig your way, and you're making sure like hack the snow where it is and break the ice, but not too much, to make like a little tunnel through.
I love this.
At which point, everybody can take a ration off of their sheet, and then I'm
Are you
going
jacking
to
off,
do
dude?
a roll a luck check, which for Cairn is just a d6, and it's a 50-50. 1 through 3 bad, 4 through 6 good. And essentially this is going to be whether it takes you more time than you think, because you're basically just digging out. You don't really have a good idea of like where in the past you are or where exactly it fell. So here we go. That's a 6. So it
Hey,
takes
okay.
some time, but eventually you find like a piece of sort of like sinew twine, like rope,
Yeah.
essentially, that was used to tie things down. I think that possibly it was Arwell who found it, and so they call everybody out, and the rest of you all come in, and Gypsy's there like digging around it, and you uncover all of the parcels. It looks like you might be missing 1 or 2, but you have the majority of it. Pretty much everything's there, including extra rations and the supplies you were taking. So
there's like visible relief on his face. Just, oh, thank goodness.
Well, I'll be damned.
Great job, Gypsy.
Good girl.
I'll start getting everything loaded onto the sled.
I will help you.
So you load up the sled,
Pull it in.
and now you're kind of turning and facing this sort of cavern system. So it's not very like a bunch of clear tunnels. It's kind of those caverns that like expand and close and then branch out, and sometimes they're tall and short. You guys have probably been in them once or twice, but not very far. It's not something you like to do without being prepared, which you are not necessarily.
Morgan, what's your name again?
So
Ymir. Yrmior, sorry.
Ymir.
He
Yrmior.
looked up his own
So-
name.
It sounds like we're trying
Wait a
to.
minute.
You're trying to get through the cave system to go out on the northern side to keep going towards the village. You're not trying to make your way back through. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're going to our
Back
destination.
Because there's just 2 paths, right? Which was going through the caves to the town, and then going back.
Yeah. Essentially, you don't have like a good understanding of the cavern system, but you do know that there are exits and entrances on both sides. So you could, in theory, try to go back to your home village instead of continuing on. But it sounded like everybody wanted to continue on and try to complete the mission.
Yeah. Especially now we have enough supplies to last under here. Even if we don't have supplies to give, we should be able to last to get there.
Yeah.
How heavy do you think all of these supplies would be?
On the ice, with the sled, it can be pulled by Gypsy.
Okay.
Oh, cute.
If you were carrying them, it would be a different story, because you're not like obviously a sled on runners on ice.
Yeah.
But as it is right now, Gypsy can move it.
Okay.
Is the
As long
sled
as the-
gonna be able to make it through, like, even this first cavern? Like,
It's going to be a little bit slow, but as of right now, you think so?
okay.
We're in a good position.
Okay.
We're going to start making our way
Downtown.
towards what we
walking
believe
town.
is our destination
Yeah.
location.
Your
We're
torch
not homebound.
is out. So for any light, we've had to light another torch. So someone else has a lit torch.
I
Whether or
believe
not
that's
Yurmo's holding
yeah.
it, but-
I will take the other lit torch.
All right,
Also, last
I have a free
question
hand.
Yeah.
before going on. Do we know what some of these supplies might be in case we need to? Oh, sorry, we had to use your supplies. I know we're supposed to deliver them to you.
You know which are like food, like consumables versus not consumables, but you don't know
Yeah.
what all of the other supplies are necessarily.
Okay.
Some of it
okay.
isn't gonna
We would
be-
have to break it open in order.
Yeah, you know,
We're professional mailmen.
Yeah, you have an idea. Like some of it is probably pretty boring stuff, like different, like
Convenient. More
bowls,
torches.
like bowls and things like that. There might be extra torches in there as well, but like bowls and maybe even some like furs and things like that. And then there might
New
be like,
hat.
actual items. So,
Ah,
yeah.
I've been wanting this hat.
All right. So you set
Let's
off
move forward.
into the dark.
Oh gosh.
I'll put up another vibe picture so you can kind of see
Vibe.
Vibes. Oh.
how dark it is. Basically, following a single torch because you want to save like them for as
Yeah.
long as possible. So the four of you and your trusty bloodhound are mostly in darkness, and you can hear. Sometimes you think a dripping. Sometimes it's just the crunch and the crack underneath your feet.
Mm.
And you all are aware, like, things live in the cave, in the wilderness. That's why the goal is to always stick to the known paths between the villages, because they are not safe, but safer. So you press on. And essentially, any turn that you think you can take that leads towards the north, based on just sort of like your judgment, you're veering to the right, and then you're trying to stay straight. And there you're encountering like different like crevices and like little mounds of stone and things. So like you're having to like untie your
Readjust.
ski, pull the sled
Yeah.
up over the stuff, and then reattach and then move forward. So it's slow, sweaty going.
And I'm definitely paying attention to Gypsy as we're doing this because she has such good hearing and a great sense of smell.
Yes. You keep going, and it's tough because sometimes you start moving and then you reach a dead end and you have to backtrack. And other times there is no other option but to go the direction you think is leading you away from that side of the mountain. But slowly, you find your way, making your way through. Eventually, you come to this you've been sort of squeezing through some very tight tunnels that you've been worried about, like perhaps closing off and being stuck single file. But up ahead, I imagine Boroth is probably leading in front with the torch that Arwa has like right behind you. You see as you're like sort of sideways shimmying through your metal scraping on both sides, you see that it opens up into a very wide cavern, and there are these like stone where they look like ice because they're covered in ice, but these ice stalactites and stalagmites that have also like joined together to make those like hourglass columns. The ceiling extends almost easily 30 feet high at this point. It's probably one of the largest caves you have. And as you make your way through, the last of you all sort of stop as you shift your way through. You see Elizabeth, that Gypsy is sort of like sniffing the air, and like further ahead you can't see to the other side of the cavern because you only have the one torch that extends like 40-50 feet of light, so you can't quite see where the cavern ends. But she sort of points up to the right corner from where you guys are standing. She does like a little point, and you definitely know it's like she can either smell like fresh air or she hears something from over there that and it doesn't seem to be dangerous. She just knows something.
Oh, so the cackles are not standing up.
Not right now.
What is it, girl? You have very, very understanding eyes.
She kind of like does a little like prance side to side, which is like a little excited, like,
Oh, you need to go potty.
Yeah, and then she takes a shit, and then she points again in a very distinct way with her tail in a direction that means this is a positive thing.
Elizabeth definitely gets a little baggy and cleans up the poop. She's one of those dog owners. She would never. Like, takes out her little baggie from inside of her coat.
By the time you've reached down and grabbed it, it's already as hard as a rock. because
It's
Perfect.
just become part of
Yeah,
the
it's just
rock.
there.
There's
Yeah,
now just
just
a
leave it.
stalagmite that's just gonna start
Just
growing
off
from
the-
it.
A little
you know,
swirly.
as it like, and actually like the last piece like as it dropped, it actually like tinked on the ground instead of.
If I would have known that this is what would have happened, if I would have known this is what would have happened from saying she needed to go potty, I would definitely have done it again. Yeah, I think from there, I think we should just head towards that area. She seems pretty happy about it.
So if you all,
Man, you really know how to read a dog's body language, don't you?
What is that supposed to mean?
Gypsy looks at you.
Nothing. Probably should follow what the dog is saying to do. Go that way, right?
Yes. It sounds good.
Gypsy's eyes
Then let's-
narrows at you more.
I'm just gonna.
Moroth
I've
is
got
gonna head over to wherever this dog is pointing.
Yeah. So you guys sort of reconfigure yourselves, and you're making your way through. And this cave is beautiful.
Yeah.
Like the ice has this very like clear blue quality in here versus like the sort of grainy, just frozen rock that you've been traveling through for most of the day.
Does it seem out of place?
You've definitely seen things like this. It's just sort of like one of those, moments of wonder that you might encounter through any day. So you're making your way through, and the more you make your way towards this direction, you're kind of like following the wall. You realize that this cavern is quite big. Not only is the ceiling like in places extending up 30 or 40 feet, but at no point with the single torchlight have you been able to see far enough to see like the other side of the cavern. You make your way kind of following this wall. It's very slippery. Here, there's a lot less grip because it's mostly just ice. And up ahead,
Sounds like a great time to get on the sled.
you're probably, after you had spent like basically a day digging out the supplies, which took you sort of to the next afternoon, you're probably thinking that you were guesstimating that we were probably at nighttime. Your sleep schedule kind of got off. So you don't think that you'll be able to see the exit necessarily super easily because it would just be starlight and moonlight. But as you creep forward, you think you see just like a faint outline ahead outside of the torchlight that looks like it could be leading from the outside. Sort of like that very pure white glow that comes from the moonlight, just barely creating this little halo up ahead.
Girl, gypsy.
And right at that point, she begins to whine, and a couple of her hackles raise.
Everyone, something might be wrong. We should be on guard. Gypsy, what is wrong? As I pull out my hatchet.
And from
Dagger is
deeper
being
in
pulled
the,
out.
I'm gonna
Right.
ready
Deeper.
the longbow.
deeper in the cave, you just hear a and then several loud crunches. As you move the torch towards the direction of the sound, just stepping in to the light is this 8-foot furred figure. It's hard to tell exactly what color they are because everything is this sort of like blue orange hue from the fire. They look like they could be like completely white. They have this kind of bear-like face, kind of like a polar bear, but it's sort of raising up on its hind legs, and their limbs aren't thick like a polar bear's. They look like almost dexterous, like a human. And its maw opens up, and you can see these red lips and giant fangs.
Probably shouldn't have let the dog shit in the bear's lair.
And it roars. And this will begin in a round of initiative, which we do not roll for.
Okay.
So I need to know, as we start the combat music, thank you, Brandon,
Yeah.
what everyone would like to do.
Run.
You think you're about 2 movements away. So a character can move about 40 feet in a round, so you can get 1 move, 1 action. So you're thinking about 2 movements, you make it to the entrance, or just outside of it, is about what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Not against running, but just doing some quick looking at this situation here. Can the sled make it from where we are to the exit?
It looks like it, yes.
Okay. Is the creature too large to leave the exit?
You don't know quite the size of the exit yet. You would probably know after another movement, because then the torchlight will reach it. You don't think, you don't think it's too big to escape.
So
I
it could
think-
still chase us after we leave.
In theory, if it wanted to.
With Elizabeth, trying to think quickly, kind of being familiar with animals, she thinks that this might just be more of a hungry creature, having not seen if it is a monstrosity or not, and she would take her pack and she would take out a ration, and ideally there should be meat or something with a fragrant, pungent smell within her rations.
There's
She's
definitely
going
some
to-
like salted fish, like something real smelly in there for sure.
Yeah, so she just kind of takes her hatchet that is already in her hand and her ration. She slices it to where it has a small opening, that way you can smell it, and she's going to throw it towards the creature on her first action.
Okay. What is everybody else doing?
Am I the one holding the torch? I thought.
It was your torch.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Then I'm gonna put my sword away and pull out my repellent, but I'm not gonna use it yet.
Repellent. So fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't entirely.
So
know
what are you
it means,
doing? You can do more.
And I'm
than-
gonna move. I'm gonna move as well.
Oh,
Okay.
could I move?
Yes. So I assume that so you're both moving. Yeah. And then you can do more than take out your repellent.
Okay.
You
yeah,
can use
but
your
I
action
don't.
to move again too.
Can I use my action to help the sled get a little farther? Give Gypsy give the sled a push so Gypsy can run it a little farther.
Yeah, if Gypsy's just trying to get towards the entrance, they haven't been given any other orders, so they'll probably double move. So
Gypsy,
if
run,
you want
run!
to double
Okay,
move with
I'll
her,
stick with
yeah,
the
along
sled.
like side with her. Okay.
Yeah.
What about Boroth?
I will just do 1 move in the direction of the exit, but then he'll turn, face this creature, and from that distance, he will see if he can at least delay the creature's ability to get to them by going for basically how do his lower limbs look? I know you said the upper limbs are a little more dexterous, but the hind legs that are supporting this creature upright, how are they beefy, or they also look dexterous?
I mean, they look like they are comfortable moving on 2 legs, if that's what you're asking.
Basically, yeah. Is there a identifiable joint that he could shoot at to help hinder this
It's got
creature?
knees. It's very like their body is very similar to humans, just like a bit
Okay.
thicker.
He's gonna.
Is there
he's
ways
gonna,
to hold?
He's gonna
Is there
go
ways to, like,
with the arrow shot to that knee joint, trying to slow and hinder the creature's ability to chase us. Because he knows that entrance is too large. It's just gonna keep chasing them until
Now,
they'll get
this is
tired
where
first.
We are in a new system, and this is where I would want to hit you all with. Since the way the initiative works and the way this whole system works is that you are talking to each other both as players and as characters. This is a point where we have 2 characters kind of doing very opposite things. One is trying to distract, and then one is trying to attack. So I would like you guys to discuss. Bora, you saw Elizabeth take out their ration and see them getting ready to like toss it out there. If you shoot them with an arrow, you don't think that's going to work if it would work to begin with. So discuss
Yeah.
here.
Do we want to try to attack it and slow it down? Because I also
I don't
have a
think this
longbow.
thing really is going to give too much of a shit about your little rations. It wants fresh, hot meat. And
I don't know.
we're
I feel like-
HOTTOGO. We're hot to go.
I agree, but I agree. There is a chance that it will be distracted by the rations, such as like
you-
bears and Gatlinburg. You know, they'll go towards your trash before they'll want to go after you. Unless
It'll at least buy us
happen.
time.
Yeah.
As you look around, taking a little bit of stock, like because you're like quick thinking, like attack, flee. You see Elizabeth doing this. You're like, is this going to work? You do see now, like looking at this creature and looking at specifically the direction it's coming out, you do see scratch marks all over the ice underneath its feet. Like the ice from the direction it is much more well trodden. It's not like clear and beautiful and sparkling in the firelight. It looks like it is here a lot. So you could surmise that this is possibly like its habitat, its home, and it is moving slowly to start with. It looks like it was not like awake, otherwise you would have heard it because it was just suddenly right there.
Would you be okay holding your bow action to see if it distracts it? I don't know if there's like a hold action in this.
In
If
that
you want
case, I will
to-
take the action to just move again.
I was gonna say you
And
can't. You if you wanted
position
to move
myself. Yeah.
and then attack. If this failed, I will let you do that.
I'll just do the double move so I can be closer
Okay.
to the exit. And if I see this thing coming for us, then next round he'll reassess and take his shot should need be.
Okay.
Oh, I hope this works.
I hope so too.
Yeah.
Because that's your action. You're not moving as far as everybody else. Yearmore, what are you up to?
That'd be a double move for me, brother.
So everybody basically takes off. Elizabeth, you only get part way. So you basically only get, everybody else is making it just about up to the entrance. And as you guys make it there, you do see it's like another 15 feet. It's kind of like a little tunnel upwards. And you see some scratch marks, but it's not like super well trodden. It looked like maybe it would used it, but maybe it's hibernation, so it hasn't used it in a while. Regardless, you guys could make it up in your next move. Three of you are at the entrance with Gypsy and the sled. This creature starts to lumber forward, and that's when Elizabeth, you're basically at the edge of the torchlight, facing into the darkness where you do the creature to be, and you're tossing out this ration. So what I'm going to do for this is, you're using your knowledge of animals, choosing the right ration, everything. So I'm actually going to do this using the creature's stat as a will save to see if they can resist this truly delectable smelly fish. Or if it maybe just confuses it enough to not continue running forward where it would attack you.
This isn't people.
Okay.
Snow
So
Bear
you
hurt
toss
itself.
this, and again, you're tossing it out of the torchlight where you last saw it because you're trying to like chase after
Yeah,
them.
towards
So
its
like
way.
the torchlight is like leaving behind you, and you're like fumbling with this, and you toss it out, and you just hear the and the stomp, hearing it getting closer now that it's been enveloped in darkness. The fish scatters away into the darkness. It disappears further than you can see, and you just hear crunch, crunch, and the steps stop. And there's like some like snuffling around, and then
Can we get a repeat of the snuffling?
And then in the distance, you swear you hear tiny, smaller creatures, sounding very similar, deeper in the cave. That was
What?
round one. You do not see it come out of the darkness. It appears to be distracted at this moment. Everyone else is at the entrance. It would take you 2 moves, Elizabeth, to make it to the entrance and then out. Everybody else, it would just take 1. What are we doing?
I'll be out, but I'll be last out.
Okay.
Still making my way out. I don't have. I
Gypsy
don't
is going to need
feel
help
like I
on
have.
this slope. It's too steep for them to do by themselves.
I think that for Elizabeth, she has an idea that this is a mom, and there is little tinier whimpers. So she's gonna take out her last ration and open that as well, and just kind of like slide it, kick it with her foot, slide it, and she's just going to like be facing towards the creature, and just more so slowly walking away as to not try to command its ire, and that way he's making sure that these babies is fed.
Ah, so you're choosing the slow and painful starvation death as opposed to the being eaten alive death quick.
No, she's definitely
got
going to be
other
taking.
supplies.
She's going to be taking some of the supplies for sure.
Welcome to 2025.
The
Take your
tax.
place.
Morgan,
The
did
postman
you
tax.
the sled out?
I mean,
You know,
I
like
figured
when you
that
deliver
you
food,
were...
you take one of the French
I
fries.
was gonna use my action to help Gypsy up the incline and out of the.
Yeah, if
So, Yearmore, you climb up quickly up, standing up at the sort of the top. It's kind of one of those cave entrances that's kind of like almost into the ground, so you're like coming out of like a burrow almost, but it's all made of ice and rock. Arwell, you push the sled, and you have a gypsy in one hand as you're scrabbling up. You make it to the exit. Boroth, you're turning behind as the light recedes, and you see Elizabeth like backing up, having tossed out their last ration, and then the two of you together make your way up the ramp and out into the night.
You have to use your resources. Violence is not always the answer.
that's why I chose to run.
That is not always the greatest idea with predators. Then you run and you become prey.
Yeah, they chase you.
The bloodhound like blows some like air out of its mouth, like approvingly. Like,
Words
My
of wisdom.
breath, guys.
It has been very cold. It is a bit colder outside of the cave. Where are we?
So, you have a single torch. You see that you have successfully, like looking around, you kind of actually made it a little bit further away from the mountain and the pass itself. You can barely see it. It's a very clear night. It's snowing, but the sort of like very delicate, like dry snowflakes. It's rarely snowing like this with the wind as calm as it is right now. Like this is
So
almost
it's a
as
beautiful
rare.
snow.
Yeah, almost as rare as that freak snowstorm that caused the avalanche while you were traveling through the piercing veil. So you think you see the shadows of the pass in the distance, and you know the mountains. They continue. Basically, you kind of made it through like the foothills, and now you're a little bit higher in elevation, and you can see the mountain ranges disappearing towards the north in the distance. And it's going to be difficult to figure out at night, but you don't think, approximating where you are from the past, that you're that off course from the sort of trail that you usually take. You know, it might take, if you chose to continue now, it might take the rest of the night and the morning to make it back to the trail. Basically, you guys kind of got veered off towards the, I guess it would be west, and just kind of have to travel back to the original trail.
And this is traveling uphill, or is this traveling like
Up,
what is
down.
the
Oh,
terrain?
your elevation. You're going to be going up in elevation, but you know it's going to be like ups and downs and traveling
Okay.
through gullies and things. So it's not going to be a straight path. But I mean, you're typically you're pretty familiar with having that kind of travels. But you know it's also nighttime, more dangerous, and also colder, and so it's going to make the travel more difficult. But you obviously can't go back into the cave you just exited. So that's our next move.
Knowing that we only have the one torch left, would we be able to do what Brandon said earlier?
I
And
think every character starts with a
We
torch.
should have 2 torches.
Oh, everybody has the torch.
Yeah.
hang on,
Oh,
I thought, yeah, you're right. Everyone starts with
Everybody
one
starts
torch. That
with
was
one torch.
That's what it
one
is.
ration,
For some
or
reason, I thought you had to
one
roll
torch
for
and
it.
3 rations.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get more torches, I think, from rolling, but
Mm-hmm.
and Christian, we didn't go through that process because I was giving you one of the pre-made kits for time's sake.
We're good.
But
gonna
you do
say I have
have
a
a torch, and you have 3 rations, which the rations only take up 1 slot. They don't take up.
Yeah.
And same for you, Brandon, if you didn't have that on there.
I did not. So
Yeah.
I've not been using my torch.
So at this point, the
Well,
torch might
we did
last-
it smart then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The second torch, it'll probably last maybe an hour or 2 before it's fully gone.
And sorry, you go ahead, Christian. You've been trying.
No, I was just going to say maybe we should get away from the cave and perhaps we could find a separate area to find shelter for the evening.
I agree. And there's no,
No.
just double checking like our character's knowledge, we would, I believe, have knowledge of this. There's no like growth up here, like a tree, even anything we could find to make a fire.
Yeah, further into the mountains, there are going to be some like evergreen forests, like some firs and that kind of stuff. But by the time you make it to that, you might as well have already made it to the trail itself.
Yeah.
Get based on where you think you are. If you want a brief sort of like overview of the area between you and the village, again, it's higher in elevation to get to the village, so you're climbing up. There's a main trail that takes some like small passes and things that's just pretty like generally considered the easiest, not safest. There's no real safe area in this world, but the easiest to take. You do know that there are what's the word? Outposts or hermits that do live by themselves. Whether they're all human, whether they're all friendly, and where exactly they are, hard to say. But you know it's something that you could find out there, along with many other things that were definitely dangerous. So.
Secondly, we knew that this was going to take a few days, yes. This trip. Would we have camping gear?
Yes. That could be found on this list.
Cool.
Then I say let's find somewhere that's maybe more ground and less snow ice and make a warm place for us to stay.
Travel for like an hour. Get far enough away from the cave at least.
I would say
Yeah.
I would pose a question what time it is, but that's not really exactly to pose it. So I'll ask how tired is my character right now? Does he feel like it should be bedtime soon or all past that bedtime?
I'm for night.
You guys did get to rest while you were taking turns digging through, which took, again, about a day total, with everybody working and resting in between. You can travel for a bit more before you become exhausted. Yes.
Okay.
Gotcha,
then
okay.
We'll go a bit trying to find that area that's a little more again. The ground's still going to be cold, but at least it won't be snow and ice. So if we could try and find some ground, that would be ideal. If not, we'll just have to make it work.
And ideally, I think we should try to find a place that has like maybe like a cliff to our backs. That way we don't have to worry about 360, watching around. Rather,
Yeah.
we can have
Sure.
something behind us to have a 180. Like at least we know.
Yeah. So I added another vibe on the screen.
A
You
vibe?
guys push forward into the night.
That
Traveling
seems
with a
cold.
singular torch. Again, it's a blessing to have such little wind right now. Otherwise, it might truly be too cold to travel at all and leave the caves. You travel forward and you kind of make your way toward these sort of like small ridges beginning to grow into the mountains, into deeper and higher up into the mountains. And you can definitely find an area that's kind of sheer enough to put your back against something, sheltering you at least from one side where you think the wind will come from. It's all snow, it's all ice, very little trees, but you can definitely brace one side of you against a sort of ridge.
And did we see any like trees or brush along the way to try to pick up some stuff for firewood? Do you want us to?
You could find like a few like small shrubs, but most of the vegetation is going to be further, like closer towards the trail.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say then that's a no.
So it would be a fire that if you got lit would last less than an hour. So not the worst, but not really anything that's going to be helpful for the night. You think in terms of
What about
yeah.
once we have found our location and we do set up camp, would it be possible to redistribute some supplies to where we could break down a box for firewood?
Ooh.
It's possible.
I do need more rations.
No,
I
we're
can
not
hold a
taking it
couple
for
of things.
ourselves. We're not taking it for
I have a
ourselves. We're
ration
just going
for
to
you, Miss Elizabeth.
basically overload the boxes that are available to us and then reclose them. So the weight's not changing, except for losing the weight of the box we're going to take to turn into firewood.
It's
Compiling
fine.
or compacting.
I made my decision. I don't need to eat.
Like I said, slow starvation death. Got it.
No, I think you should eat, Miss Elizabeth. You-
Everyone should definitely eat in this cold.
Right.
Oh. Thank you. What a
What,
sweet boy.
Before we break into the post supplies, how many rations does everybody have left? Christian, I know you've got 0 because you ate 1 and tossed 2.
I had 2.
Everybody's got 2. Brandon, are you giving 1 to Elizabeth, or are you trying to grab some supplies?
Considering we don't know how close or far we are, but we could always break into them later, I'll go ahead and share the 1.
Oh, I thought the
I
young
thought I
boy was
sharing.
sharing.
That's fine. Whatever.
Oh, are you?
More
I
the
didn't get that part.
merrier.
I thought it was Laura, but
Yeah, you're
Whatever.
smaller. You're smaller. You share your food.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Yes.
so now we've
yes,
got
Smaller.
both Elizabeth and Arwell are now out of food after tonight because everybody can subtract 1 ration
yes.
for spending the night and stay. And then basically the way breaking into the post supplies work, we can do like, there are going to be 3 basically tables of stuff that I'll roll from. Then that'll be what you find in there. The rations are separate. As I said, those that are consumable, those are just there. So are we breaking into like basically 1/3 of the supplies to try to create some firewood?
If we can, I think, yeah, and also trying to figure out what we can take out, and like Yore is like he can carry 2 things, but if we can basically combine boxes and also take some things onto our own person, then we can use the empty, hopefully what would be empty box.
Yes. So, and again, you guys know which is the food, which you haven't broken into yet. But the other sort of 3 things that I'm designating as thirds in the box. What you find, breaking into the first one, you find some 25 feet of rope,
Nice.
a fishing rod, and a sort of drum instrument that was all packaged in there. So now you have those 3 things as separate items and an empty crate which you could break down. It seems to be dry enough that you could break it up into firewood.
You said fishing pole, and what was the last thing?
A drum, and I take
Yeah.
Oh,
Drum.
Yeah, and I start
I'll take the rope.
And what kind of drum is this?
cool bongo music over here.
Yeah, it's kind
Is
of
it-
like
yeah,
a
is it-
little, like maybe 1 foot by 2 feet. Like basically it's got like dried like animal hide. Like
Yep.
Tried on. Your village is known for their instruments.
Dude, I have a
Good
horn for
old,
whatever reason.
Yeah, good old
My
frost
inventory.
torch. They love making music.
Yeah, they do.
I think while everyone else is getting the items, put away on their persons if they're taking them, Yore is going to start using his dagger to pry off some of the boards of the crate or box or whatever, and start breaking it up to where they can use it as firewood.
I'll help you out using my hatchet.
So you guys separate the items so that you guys aren't over encumbered in the morning. Again, it's night, so to get a full rest, you'll probably be like leaving late morning if you kind of stay the whole night or stay to be rested enough. You break down the crate, you use that little shrubs you found, and you get a fire started. Thankfully, the wind is light, so it's very easy to do. Easy. You guys are practiced enough to do it. You get a fire going. You sort of set up, like, you use your tents to like shield more and like sort of create this canopy up against the ridge where you can all gather with Gypsy behind and underneath to rest for the night. It's cold.
So it says that I have incense. That's what I rolled on my table. Would they be like? Can I just pick what their purpose, or do you want to assign one?
Like a scent and stuff?
Yeah.
Just tell me your ideas.
Fresh pine.
Considering considering what I rolled on his tables and his mentality, they would probably be things to help him sleep.
Oh, like
Nice.
calming sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can set one up like near the fire that's like lit, so they're kind of like kind of entering the smoke and then disappearing into the night.
Like lavender.
Yeah.
Didn't expect someone like you to be a big old softy.
You wouldn't expect someone like me to be as angry as I am either, would you?
Oh no, that was my assumption. The scent.
Captain, man.
I don't know who decided captain versus any kind of ranks. We're all equal in my eyes, as far as I'm aware.
That's what my rank used to be.
He's still captain in my eyes.
I'll respect it, but you aren't my captain.
After I was discredited, I no longer hold such authority.
Well, like I said, may have been a captain, not my captain, still respected.
Well, since we know each other, but we don't know each other that well. But we have a fire. We are nice and safe. Let's tell our stories. Bora, you seem like you have something to share.
No, just trying to rebuild a life.
That is good. You shared about your life, and that is not something easy to do. What about you, Arlo? Where do you come from?
Well, I come from our town. Grew up there.
You're native.
Uh-huh. My mom says I should be a musician, but I want to be a soldier.
The little drummer boy.
He's got the drum. He's pretty good.
You do have a good way with your rhythmic fingers on the drum pad.
Yeah.
Very, very nice.
Drums are like war music.
And you is more.
What?
You're Muir?
I have a bit of a stutter. It is hard to say your name. More.
Hard to say.
You know-
anyways.
You know, I didn't really even notice.
Why do you come across as so very kind of against other people?
Oh my gosh, I'm
so
sorry.
You have a very confrontational kind of personality.
Gypsy nods.
Yeah, what's your problem with the cat, man?
I don't have a
You know,
I don't have a I don't have a problem. I thought we were all equals, and that's usually what I'm used to.
That we are.
That's not what I meant. I just most of the trip you've been kind of confrontational. I didn't know if it was something that we did or if it was personal.
Nothing personal, and I didn't mean to come off as confrontational, just mere survival is my goal, so trying to make sure that I survive is kind of priority number one, and I didn't mean for it to come off as confrontational, just wanted to make sure that I live, and to be fair, if y'all live, that helps me live, so.
I would say that is progress. Very nicely said.
She's just kind of like stuck trying to say her name for a little bit.
You know, I would
And,
give a nickname, but this is at least moderately entertaining.
He's like still just stuttering.
Yeah. That's your nickname.
Yim.
Yim?
That is good.
Got them, and then Yim over there.
And then, like, as the night goes on, she begins to tell you pretty much her whole life story. And just
God.
long stutters, because, like, nobody asked her about her upbringing. And she just goes through, like, the whole, well, back when I was younger, and she tells you about her entire childhood and how her father was, and her grandmother being a great influence on her life, and how her grandmother couldn't be held down. And so now she's a nomadic traveler as well, and she travels with Gypsy. And she tries to go on different adventures and all the different people that she's met and different lovers along the way, the different heartbreaks and how she felt abandoned as a child by her father. And just like, I imagine she continues talking as everyone has already fallen asleep.
I'm so wrapped in this story.
I'm gonna use my hourglass to time how long this woman's talking.
I'm just listening while you're talking.
Unfortunately, a lot of it is the stutter as well.
I think as you just continue on, I think eventually Yermore just like rolls over and like tries to like cover their head. And Boroth, you set this like little hourglass you have, but you just eventually nod off. And Arwell, like you're like,
I'm so into
you're
this.
so into this, and you've just settled into this like slow, like steady pat of the drum and sort of the silent night. And as your story is like maybe coming to a close.
I think as Lisbeth mentioned, as Lisbeth mentions the like the different lovers and everything, he'll lean over to Arwell and just be like, she did try and compliment your how do I put this, finger skills earlier. I think she might be trying to hit on you, dude.
What do you mean?
That's the most dude thing I've ever heard. Dude, she's totally trying to brag on your fingers, bro.
Don't
100.
play with me. What?
I mean, I'm just saying. I'm
In
just
true
saying.
teenager fashion.
What?
What?
That is how Gypsy's grandmother came along, and then she had a dot her.
As you guys are
Just
talking
sleep
about
when
this.
you can.
Yeah.
And as everybody slowly falls asleep, Elizabeth continues on, and maybe just about the point that Elizabeth realizes that no one's listening to her anymore, and so she kind of trails off. The voice comes out, just right next to the candle.
Oh god.
That was a beautiful story. Sorry for eavesdropping, but could I perhaps share your fire for the night? Just
He definitely like startles hardcore, but she's a kind lady, so she's trying not to wake up the others.
Well, hello. I have what is your name?
and you see this figure step forward, and you see from your travels what you would know is a frost elf stepping out from the night. And they're actually fairly, like, in comparison to as much like furs and things that all of you have to wear, very lightly clad in furs, and the cold doesn't seem to necessarily bother them. They have this like long, straight, you might say blonde, but in the darkness it's hard to tell. It could be white hair that falls behind them and is like tied partly up to keep it out of their face. Their skin is almost blue, like think like Avatar blue, but maybe a little bit more like almost translucent looking, like white, and it's more like it takes on the color of the kind of snowy, icy world around them. And they have these very like calm gray eyes looking back at you. They're 5'11", pretty like athletic and slender, and they're stepping forward, and you can see that they're not wearing any shoes. And they continue, my name is Sora. I couldn't help but hear your voice over the silent night, and I just got captured in your story.
Oh, it wasn't the snoring of both Borath and Gypsy, was it?
No, it was...
It's like going back and forth with who snores louder between
It was... No, although that, along with the drumming, created an interesting backdrop to your narrative. And she takes
that one was Borath.
That was Borath.
She takes a few more steps forward and sort of holds her hand out to Gypsy. Staying a respectful distance, but just like sort of crouching down to the level. Hearing about your fine companions' family history reminded me of some of the companions I had a long time ago.
Are you traveling alone?
The world is big and full of many things, so are we ever really alone?
That is a good point, but I do strongly believe that we come in this world alone and we go out of the world alone. Unfortunately, it is the way of being. Being.
I suppose there is some truth to that. And you can see Gypsy is starting to like creep towards her unless you were to stop it.
Are you?
She doesn't think anything of Gypsy's behavior.
Are you hungry or thirsty?
No, honestly, as Gypsy gets close, she kind of like scratches under her chin. You can see all of the like folds of skin just like around her face.
That's the way she likes it.
Simply, really, I guess, as she stands up again, wanted to share a few words with a moment of calm, and she kind of looks out into the very, silent, serene night that is rare this time of year, if at all. As you said, we may come in, go out alone, but it's nice to not feel that way while we're here.
I most certainly agree. I like to travel with others. Do you feel comfortable in these parts? I'm not sure if you are a traveler or just a native.
And she sits down, kind of cross-legged, still a respectful distance, just inside the light from the fire. Like she's settling down. She's just straight up sitting on the snow. I am a traveler. I do have a home. It's one of those homes you only go back to sometimes, You never stay. But despite the fact that you never stay, it still remains your home, even if you spend more time elsewhere.
I know the feeling deeply. Actually, it depends on what part of my story you heard, but I actually am a traveling nomad like my grandmother.
Yes, your grandmother who raised you and after your father left.
She did indeed. Do you have family?
I do. Some. Not many. I've more family than friends, really.
Are you sure you're not hungry? I could probably
Please.
scrounge.
And she holds up her hands. I am very comfortable traveling as I am. As I said, simply wanted to share some words I would not take from you. I can see that it looks like you guys have had a difficult journey.
We actually narrowly escaped an avalanche. Young that Arlo almost lost his life. Oh,
And she sort of gazes at Arwell's sleeping form. So soon into their lives, that would be...
it would be a shame.
Yes.
But I think after our conversation tonight that we have bonded a little and are becoming true traveling companions.
That's wonderful. Maybe you can help them as others helped you.
I will most certainly try. What did you want to speak of in particular? The world around us, or just nature, or political conversations? I excel in all.
And as you kind of begin to truly engage with her, she just begins to talk about kind of the same thing you were, like where she came from, how they grew up, and you guys sort of swap this sort of life story. And while this is happening, go ahead and give me a will save, Christian. And just so you know, because I haven't talked about the stats as much to you, will also encompasses kind of charismatic traits as well. So it's kind of like magic, charisma, persuasion, like that stuff kind of wrapped into one. Strength and depth are pretty obvious how they work.
That is a 7, and my will, I think, is 9.
So you talk through the rest of the night into the morning. And just as the rays of sun are appearing, and you'd think that your companions are about to wake up, you guys have just finished a very funny anecdote from her life, or from your life, where
Or knows those.
chased, from their lives, and you're both kind of sharing one of those laughs. And she's got this kind of flute-like, beautiful, melodic laugh that just kind of disappears in the air and doesn't seem to have stirred anybody throughout the whole night. She kind of pats her legs and stands up, and she says, "Elizabeth, it was wonderful. Thank you."
I could most certainly say the same, Sora.
And as Boroth gives it an overwhelmingly loud snort, you turn to it causes your gaze to look at him just for a second, and when you look back, Sora is gone. But you have taken the night of the benefits of a full night's rest, even though you did not sleep.
Some old lady shit.
And whenever you would like, you get a reroll of one save
Oh, hell yes!
to use when you would like.
Hell yeah.
It does not carry
Nice.
over.
Very nice.
Note to self: ask what happened after session, because I want to know. I don't want to know mechanically what just happened, but afterwards.
We talked
Elves
to
and Cairn are
God.
weird.
So you all wake up. You see that Elizabeth is already awake. It is the just breaking of dawn, so it's still pretty dark. The wind is beginning to pick up.
She never stopped talking.
5 more minutes.
You would check the hourglass that's been out.
Well, do we get going, or you're an early bird, aren't you?
5 more minutes.
Jeez,
Well-
Elizabeth, did you even sleep?
What? Actually, I don't think that I did. I had the most wonderful conversation with, I
With
think,
who? The snow?
That was actually a snow elf. Her name was Laura. We
Have I
had
heard
very,
of snow
very
elves?
similar lives.
For sure, you've heard of them.
Okay.
Maybe.
What would be
seen
my-
one or two.
General disposition about them be?
They're solitary creatures if you've met them at all.
Okay.
So individualistic.
Are you sure you had a conversation and you didn't just dream it? You just kind of fell asleep where
Do I
you were?
see other footprints around?
Nope.
I think you just fell asleep and you're just so good at talking you dreamed about talking. He's gonna start getting up and getting ready.
I swear it was she was right here.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, totally.
Well, bright and early. We should get on the road.
I agree.
Yore is just gonna like give a little kick to the side.
Did all the wood from the box get consumed in the fire over the night?
Yes.
Okay.
The wind is beginning to pick up. Looking up into the sky, you can see it's getting even though the sun is coming up, you can see that there are clouds and there is definitely like some sort of weather approaching.
Taking a moment to. Oh, sorry.
No, so some sort of weather approaching. When exactly it's going to hit, the wind is picking up. Definitely before the day is over, it's going to be upon you.
Thinking back from where the avalanche happened, how many more days do we have to our destination?
3.
Okay.
So you've got, it's not quite. You didn't guys quite travel enough to.
Yeah.
do 2 days. So you've got 2+ days left,
Okay.
assuming.
Given we're outside of the cave now and the sun is up, are we able to kind of like chart a decent course?
Yes, you'll be able to, just as I said last time, you're going to be able to like pinpoint where to kind of intersect back
Got
with the typical trail, if that's what you choose to do, or just make your own way and see what
No,
you
we're gonna go with the trail that we know.
Mhm.
Yeah. Just for clarity, I took the drum. Who took the rope and who took the fishing rod?
I took the rope.
I thought that Lisbeth took the fishing rod.
I mean, I was just more so going to try to tie back those items onto the sled.
Yep,
But
you're welcome to.
if-
It might be.
I'll take some of the
Right.
twine that's still available to reattach the fishing pole to the sled.
Yep. You're welcome to do that. It would, say, like, not packaged, it is more at risk of being damaged or lost. Not saying that
Okay.
it will be, but just there's a higher risk of carrying it on your person since it's no longer protected.
Because I also forget how
definitely
much
doable.
I can carry. So I've got the
Yeah.
hatchet, longbow, and then torch, ration. Well, I actually don't have any rations.
So essentially, the way Cairn works, you have 10 slots. 2 are
Oh,
body,
okay.
and 2 are hands. So you've got like 6 slots for your backpack, and then 4 that encompass your body and hands.
Okay. That helps.
Yep.
That one takes
Um,
2 slots, the longbow does.
Yep.
And I have a large trap.
Yep. That only takes 1 slot though.
Okay.
All right. So you guys sort of gather your stuff, break down, tie up the sled, harness Gypsy up, you are off. So it snows like, shin deep. At this point, that's just kind of like the average. You certainly encounter like deeper areas and more like icy, slippery areas. But as you get into the mountains, it's a little bit just more changeable all over the place because with the crevices and the ravines and everything, snow gets stacked up in certain areas because the wind doesn't blow it as much. So it's a bit tough touch and go, especially because you're not as familiar until you make it back to the trail. As you forge ahead, the wind continues to pick up. At a certain point, it's beginning to blow, like blinding in your face. You guys are having to tie up your furs up around your fur, or your furs up around your face.
Furs around the furs around the
keep
furs.
your head down, and also this whole time, like I'm imagining, Gypsy has their own like fur outfit on because they're not animals.
Oh yeah.
For this thing, so they have their own like wrappings around their legs and their feet and their body. So like you
The
maybe
little like
and
what you see little
somehow you
chihuahuas
can-
wearing.
Yeah, exactly. And so maybe you like lay another thing on top of her, and one of you is probably having to like assist with the sled. Like Gypsy's still pulling it, but just because of the wind and everything.
Elizabeth would be helping. That's where she gets her
Yeah.
figure.
all that glue work.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
God, sleds.
You forge ahead, and after a few hours, 3, 4, 5, the wind has settled into this constant scream across the mountains, and you finally sort of step out of this ravine of these sort of like slate-like rock structures, and you see a sort of small valley, not really a valley, I guess more like a large ravine. That is the trail moving forward. At this point, there are fir trees and stuff sprouting, not like a heavy forest, but just here and there. And you know that you have finally returned several days late to your original path. So you can estimate from here maybe around 2 days. It's about just after midday now. The storm of some sort is coming and building up. How would you guys like to move forward?
And this is all going back uphill, just to clarify.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you're going down to like then go up some more, but you're slowly raising in elevation as you travel. Yeah.
If Whoville,
You're
I've never not been to Whoville, but
you're
I wish it was
hiking.
Whoville, so we could all just jump on the fucking sled, put Gypsy on that bitch, and just fucking sled down. But alas, golly.
And I added another vibe pick to show the mountains with the trees and the sky swimming with future.
Hell yeah.
Um,
I'm just gonna look to the rest of everyone. Do we prep ahead for the coming storm? Anything we should tie down extra or prep on ourselves? Anyone got anything that waterproofs any better? A tarp? Anything like that?
Nothing here.
Guess
just
we're-
like
But you said we are passing some firs. FIR.
fir trees.
Yeah.
Collect some wood as we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna need firewood for at least 2 nights.
Yeah.
yeah, we should definitely collect firewood. And then I was gonna say, because we're heading uphill, maybe we should end up tying that extra rope to the sled.
We can
Just
use
to make
the,
sure
yeah, we
that
can
if
use
anything
the rope
happens-
to where instead of carrying it, we could secure things to the sled. Yeah, I'm down for that.
Because I just want to make sure the sled is as contained as possible. We went through so much trouble wasting a
Yeah.
whole day to save it. I don't want to lose it yet.
So we'll just get 2 nights of firewood, and then I will use the rope that I was carrying from the packages to secure the loose items to the sled.
Okay, so you guys make your way back to the trail, and you kind of take a working break.
Yeah.
You go in, you start breaking down any branches and things you find, the driest stuff you can find, You're taking the rope that was being taken to the northern village, and you're using it to like collect all of it together. Also use part of it to give yourself a handle to pull alongside Gypsy. At this point, it's probably heavy enough that typically you will just kind of have to be helping her, adding more stuff to it. But you are able to accomplish that within an hour or so. And you're kind of set in this sort of like the clearest area, which is why it's the most commonly traversed path. And at this point, like, you're recognizing things. Like, you can see up ahead, there's like into the stone, there's like some etchings and stuff that people use to mark the path that you all are familiar with or have heard of. Yeah.
That's what I was hoping.
So you guys know where you are, and you can sort of make your way forward.
Cool.
Setting off, you feeling pretty confident, better. Like it was rough even in the first
The
1 or 2
comfort
days
of
that we
knowing.
hit, but yeah, everybody, there's like this sort of on edge that you are all familiar with in traveling in this world, simply from being in a cave, because you don't know. It is always unknown. Even if you think you do, you don't. So it's a matter of your capabilities against the world. Even the slight bit of knowing gives you guys such a relief. And that's when the storm hits.
Lovely.
It seemingly came out of almost as suddenly as the one that caused the avalanche did. It's just this wind is just ripping across you, and then suddenly, like fingers snapping, the snow increases to the point that everything is white, just like that.
Oof.
You can see one person in front of you or one person behind you, but no farther. In the trail beneath your feet, and any signs of the path up ahead are completely lost, and the torch is out. At this point, you would have had to light your third torch.
Yep.
So it is not.
Is it nighttime though?
No, it is daytime. It is not.
Okay.
So you're on your third torch. It is not unusable, but it has been blown out. So
Should we
you're
be using our
basically-
third torch if it's daytime?
That was what I was gonna ask. Yeah.
Okay, well you can say
I
when
guess-
the last one went out if you just didn't like
I guess
it.
that's the
Yeah,
question
probably not
is
because daylight.
the storm clouds versus the sunlight. Do we still have some sunlight to navigate by?
You can see up to one person, like eventually, like
Yeah,
5,
it's
6
just
feet in front of you or behind you, and that's
Fog,
Yeah.
Mhm.
like a
it is
heavy fog.
blistering snow and swirling.
But we do have a
wind
decent
around you.
grasp of the road.
You
and
know
the-
where you
the-
were.
excuse me,
before
the path.
storm hit. Yes.
Should we do that thing with the rope where we tie each other to each other?
At this point, you're having to yell to be heard.
Yeah,
Stage
like,
Not a
did
stage
we
yell.
do that thing with the rope?
It wouldn't be a bad idea.
Can't
Oh, we tied
see
the...
the path very well any longer.
Just stay close to the sled. The rope is being used to keep things on it.
Yeah.
So everybody get a hand on the sled and help move it.
Ymir is he's just staring directly in front. It's just Lisbeth glutes. What the? How did you? What?
What was that?
How'd you? What?
Should we hunker down
No.
and
Yeah.
wait for the storm to pass? We might get off the road.
I don't think we have enough rations for it left on the sled.
You haven't pulled any rations from the sled yet.
Yeah. We might. And if we have to go a day without food, maybe we just go a day without food.
Because my
Yeah.
worry,
Walk through this. We can't see where we're going.
yeah, that's my only worry. Is like I don't want to get off the path even more than we
My
are.
worry
I mean, I
is
assume
this-
that we're in between trees, right? The path is in between trees.
It's kind of it's trees and also like hills and stuff. So again, you're not in like a dense forest. So like there's nothing you would have to like search off the path to find some place that would shelter you more, if that makes sense.
Yeah, otherwise we just need to find more shelter. I mean, we can continue forward, but we do risk getting off the path.
You do
And
think
then
following the trail, I'll try to give you some like general options. Following the trail, it does stay more open like this, so you're not going to find much shelter staying on the trail. You could try to go deeper into the trees and forest. It's a little like more sloped there, so at that point you're hoping for like a bunch of trees or like a cosp or something that you could shelter into. It would be difficult to traverse, more difficult to traverse into, but you could try veering off the path that more goes into sort of the craggy, ravine-like area. That's going to block more of the wind. You might find a cave. That is also more likely where any
Shelter.
individual, like an outpost or a hermit or something, would be more likely to be living. So that's got like it offers more safety and also more danger in terms of like because creatures are going to seek that out too, just because the forest isn't. Forest is kind of like medium shelter, medium danger, and then the path forward is no shelter, theoretically less danger. Is that clear enough? And again, this is the part where like the good cool thing about Cairn is that you can just keep asking questions. And keep
Yeah.
would
I mean,
say
I'm
that
either down to. Yeah, continue. I'm sorry.
my concern is, does this storm have an end? What if it's for like
What if it's a
2,
gale?
2, 3, 4 days worth of storming? We hunker down, then we just keep hunkering, and eventually
No,
we just
I
starve
mean,
to death.
Yeah.
From what Matthew was saying, it's just like as long as we can stay on the path, I feel like we can continue on.
Yeah.
I feel like we risk a lot more going off, but we do get more adventure.
I would say, like, again, continuing in this weather without shelter is dangerous. None of these options are going to be not dangerous. They're just dangerous in different ways.
Yeah.
That was clarified.
I
So
say
it's
while we
yeah.
got the
my-
while we got the momentum, let's keep on going.
I say keep
Okay.
push through. If we see something off to the side that looks decently usable, we'll maybe try and hunker
Right.
down, or just at least rest. But I think the best option is to push forward, because this storm could have no end.
Yeah.
This storm could be with us
Maybe
till we
maybe
get there.
push on for like a couple hours, see how we feel, and if it feels like it's too hard, then maybe seek shelter. But
Push on for now. Yeah.
Push on.
We see like these sort of like cut shots of everybody grabbing onto the sled or the rope one by one
Yep.
as you guys decide to move forward. And then slowly a foot, we see a foot stamp into the snow and slowly press forward. And you guys move, bracing
good visual.
yourselves against the wind.
good
You know it's a
job,
good-
Gypsy!
You know it's a good visual when the one with aphantasia says so.
What do you think
Thank
the
you.
5 picks are for?
Oh, I forgot I told you guys about that.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry, it comes up almost every other session.
Yeah.
That's true.
One sidebar. One of the people I just played Cairn with also has aphantasia, and it was the first time playing Cairn. It was his first time playing anything other than D&D, which he doesn't have a ginormous amount, just a decent amount of experience with. And they're not like a theater background or like character. They love the camaraderie and playing a game together. So they've always like had not a difficulty, but they're always like a question. It's questioning for them. I felt like how to play a character, outside of like combat and stuff. But they attach themselves so very quickly to their Cairn character, and I think it's because it creates such a strong. When you're rolling all of these like different traits, you just have this immediate like I see this character. And they like immediately from the moment they were like role playing, and I had never seen them do that before in the way that they were doing it. It was really awesome.
Yeah, I like the character traits.
Yeah.
Having a
I like
character that
rolling for a
stutters is
character.
fun.
It's always so interesting.
Yeah, and the cool thing is like we use this one shot because it's easier to pull up and like then toss to the side. But these can be like full campaigns, and you can continue gaining strength and getting stronger and like getting better stats and like gear and relics and things like that.
Would that make it more homebrew-esque?
No, they just kind of leave it open for what that looks like to each party. So I guess you could call it homebrew, but it would just be building off the same principles that it's already set, which I know I didn't go over very much with you, but
I'm gonna take a
Um,
quick
Break.
moment to go and get a drink.
Well, if you can wait 5 minutes, we're about to.
I most certainly can.
You
But
guys
that's it.
press
I need to
forward.
fix it, man.
Maybe 10. You go a little bit slower than since everybody asked to leave.
Hang on, I gotta get an empty Gatorade bottle for reasons unknown.
So heavy. These pages. Oh my god. You can't turn. You press forward, knowing the dangers of giving yourself up to the elements in this way. You aren't frost elves. You can't just live in this world. That's why you have communities. That's why you have these havens of safety. Everyone, give me a strength save.
Let's go, baby.
Success.
Oh no. That's
Can
a
I use
fail.
my reroll for anyone?
Any,
it just me?
any roll, just for yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, not for other people.
Mm.
Sorry.
It's gonna sacrifice.
Actually, I'm not against that. I think that it's kind of like this. Well, what it is to Elizabeth, I'm not sure. I think you can say what this feeling is, that you were well rested and have this sort of boon spora hovering over you. I think that if you want to sort of take it as these two, she looked young, but as you talked, you realize that she was actually hundreds of years old.
Yeah.
So there was that sort of like camaraderie of being older in your respective, species. This sort of sharing of like history and knowledge as sort of elders in your communities. If you want to spin that as giving assistance to someone in this moment because you have the experience, I think that's
Okay. Yim,
what I see it as.
100%. I think we bonded a little bit last night, and she just kind of like places an extra arm, like hand on your forearm, looks back at you as she can see you're struggling a little bit with continuing in the snow. Just kind of gives you one of those like reassuring squeezes on the forearm, and just kind of
Just
pulls
turns.
you and the sled together.
Just turns around. Dude, I think she's hitting on me now.
Oh God.
Whoa.
Arwell, you see your Moore's mouth moving, but everything is whipped away by the wind. You don't know what they said.
Well, it's a good thing that I got that reroll because I rolled exactly my strength.
Nice.
Were there any other failures, or did everybody else succeed?
Regular
Oh,
failure.
no.
Okay. So, Orath, you're going to take a level of fatigue. Or
Okay.
a slot of fatigue. So basically, it blocks off one of your inventory slots.
Yep.
As you push through, perhaps you like make an excuse and make your way to the back of the sled, so that you don't feel like you're holding anybody back as you're moving forward. The storm does not abate. You continue pushing forward. We're going to make another strength save.
How's everybody feeling? Do you think we should continue?
And I'll put the stakes.
I don't
on
know
there.
how far we've even gotten, because it's probably like difficult terrain.
There's only going to be this one more check to make it to the next, whether that's area or moment or thing for the seed. There's only
Oh
gonna be
fuck
one
it,
more
let's
check.
go.
Go. Let's
Um,
go.
If there is a failure,
Which there
it
already
will not
is.
be. Which we. Fine, everybody roll. I won't give you the stakes. And you'll
Oh,
Uh,
I don't know. We've
That's
already
another
rolled.
failure.
Yeah, we already rolled by the time you said.
I hadn't. I
Oh, well,
was
I
listening
had.
to
I
the
just rolled
warden
now.
talk.
Well, you know.
That's a success. 2, baby.
Success. I rolled a 4.
Failure.
So 2
Oh,
fails,
no.
2 successes.
What I was going to say is the storm increases to the point that you can only see your hand attached to the sled. The progress is like a snail's pace, like a step every 5 seconds, because you're all almost having to move together. Oroth and Elizabeth, you suddenly feel like the sled has just gained like a bunch of weight. All of a sudden, and you're like not able to move it anymore. Elizabeth, you're able to feel around and you find Gypsy like basically scrunched all the way up almost to the sled, barely able to make any headway. If you both are searching around for why it suddenly got heavier, you kind of step your way around and like find each other, and you're like screaming to be heard, because as you make your way around the sled, you realize that Yore and Arwell are no longer there. And that's where we're gonna take a break.
Yo.
Guys, oh no.
Don't worry, guys. We should continue. We should totally
Alright, I'll be
continue.
rolling a new character during the break. I'll be processing.
As Matthew's like, wait, Matt, let me say something. Let me tell you something.
This game is predicated on having all the information available to you, including knowing what's gonna happen. We'll take our break. We'll be back at 2:50. Thank you so much. This is Grimm's Dungeon with our Cairn Winter one-shot. We'll be back.
Ah!
To die?
What?
Oh shit.
Ah!
Reaction freeze frame? And we got it for the YouTube.
Thank you, everyone. I'll know to go immediately after the break for a thumbnail now.
Yes, this
you're
is
welcome.
what we need, guys.
Welcome back.
Talking about.
We are on the second half of our Winter Wonder Shot for Cairn RPG.
Rolling in a winter wonder
Our adventurers. Arwell, Boroth, Yore, Elizabeth, and Gypsy, the faithful bloodhound. We're caught in a vicious, biting, deadly snowstorm that they chose to power through. And following those choices in their roles, this sort of 6-foot sled pulled by this bloodhound, as well as Boroth and Elizabeth, is suddenly found with 2 fewer people, as Arwell and Yore are nowhere to be found.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
I will yell at Lisbeth to stay with the sled, and I will follow the sled tracks back.
Sled track. Let me preface a few things first, so that you understand the stakes. Everybody knows where they are. Arwell and Yore. The sudden gusts of wind, your hands had slipped off, and just for a second, one of you perhaps lost your footing for a moment. And as you try to reach back out for the sled, or stand back up from having fallen, which no one can hear or see, you realize that the sled is gone, as are your companions. You cannot see each other. You are in a rolling wasteland of white. Barely able to keep your eyes open. Boroth and Elizabeth, you are the same, but you have your hand on the sled. Or on Gypsy. Boroth, as you hand over hand make your way to the back of the sled and look behind you, there are no sled tracks. They are swept away immediately as soon as the sled goes through.
Okay. But it only just felt like it got super heavy, so they couldn't be too far.
Okay, my suggestion would be,
And again,
For-
feel free to talk as players.
yeah, my suggestion would be for us to tie a rope to Gypsy and see if Gypsy could sniff them out. I mean, she's gonna have the best. And that's kind of what bloodhounds do, you know.
Alright. Well, we can just, instead of untying Gypsy from the sled, we can leave what tether there is connecting Gypsy to the sled and untether at the source where it meets the sled. So we already have a rope. We don't have to try and undo the one we did. We can use that lead rope to keep Gypsy to the sled and untie it at the sled point.
Could we
Yeah.
also just call out? Yeah, I know there's
Yeah.
like it's very hard to hear, but like can we just attempt at the very least to make it easier for them to find us by yelling out?
If everyone is attempting to like yell and stuff, you don't hear anything. Borath and Elizabeth, you can have to shout to hear each other standing next to each other.
Yeah, she's like right next to your face, like talking. And she's just kind of going through.
Perhaps Gypsy would be the best option for sniffing them out.
I will untie Gypsy's lead from the sled and hang on to that bit. And then hand that bit over to Elizabeth.
And go searching.
So you guys going together, or are you?
Well, no, I'm going to keep one hand on the sled and then basically go my entire wingspan away. And that will be the point where I'll hang on to Elizabeth. And then we would have Elizabeth's wingspan and then the tether span as
you
our
are leashed,
search
you are
area.
Elizabeth's leash, and then Elizabeth is holding on to
Yep.
Gypsy's leash.
Yep.
So assuming we had to like cut off a little bit of bits of rope and stuff, the Gypsy's got about 20 feet range.
Hell yeah.
What are you gonna say, Paige?
I am gonna take my sword and kind of use it like a cane, like carefully, just to reach out and see what I can find around me and extend my kind of range and sense beyond what I can see.
Do you have your sword sheath?
Oh, that'd be a good idea. Sure.
Probably be a good idea.
You hear the wisdom of Elizabeth ring in your ears when you tried to dig out the supplies earlier just with your bare sword instead of protecting it in the sheath.
Irmur is just, he's staying exactly where he was just to try and maximize the possibility of being found, because he knows that's usually the best way. If you are lost, stay where you are.
Damsel in distress, got it.
Yep, exactly.
Arlo, as you reach out, it is not connecting with anything whatsoever, and everybody's having struggle. Like it's a struggle to, even though your feet are like planted in this like deep snow, between the wind and the uneven ground and the ice. Like it's hard to keep your feet in the wind. So, despite your best efforts to stay exactly where you are, you do like stumble, one way, and then perhaps like another one as you're like bracing yourself and trying to peer into this white night.
Would it be easier to move lower to the ground? Less like
Not the
wind.
same, because you're then pushing through heavy snow,
Yeah.
and then either crawling or moving in an awkward way. Borath and Elizabeth. So Elizabeth, you're yelling at Gypsy to see if they can find their friends and letting her like run or like move. She can't really run in this wind to the extent of the leash. Is that correct?
Yes. And holding on to Borath, as you probably just said.
And you're doing your best to like estimate like where the sled was had just been. So you're like trying to sort of like fan her out over that area where you think was behind you. Although at this point it's hard to tell as you were like shifting the sled to untie it, like things.
She would have done, working with Gypsy before, she would have had, Gypsy take a scent, probably from stuff that they'd been touching, and just like whatever command word she has for Gypsy, just fine, Gypsy, fine. And
go ahead and we're gonna take a will save.
So maybe
sort of communicate and work with your hound.
Come on, baby.
You got it. Come on.
That's a nat 20.
Oh shit.
And Cairn is.
Hey, I can't punish the dice.
So a natural 20 is always a failure, just as natural 1 is always a success. So
shit.
you
Sorry,
fan
buddy.
out. Arwell. Just as you're reaching out, your scabbard bumps against something, and you think you hear like a little grunt or growl of an animal. And you step towards it, and you see a snout.
Gypsy!
And then two piercing yellow eyes stare at you.
Gypsy!
And you can just make out the form of a giant ice wolf with its wind with its hair plastered from the wind around its body, and it's pulling its fangs back into a little snarl.
I pull out my repellent. I'm picturing bear spray, and I in the
Bear spray's
wind.
expensive.
In the wind and the immense storm, spray bear spray at this.
Going right back into your face. Oh god!
No.
Yeah.
Shit.
So
Yeah, probably.
as you start to
Oh,
spray
gosh.
this bear spray, we cut over
Not
to
Arwell.
Yeramore. Nothing.
Well, I have one thing that I had thought of, if I may. I do have a fishing rod, and that is not the one that was part of the supplies from the sled.
Sure.
I want to take it out, take the hook off, and leave the sinker on, as fishing rods need to have both a... Yeah, they need to have that. And I just want to try and swing it around in any... Literally, Look, what else am I going to do? I'm just going to swing it around and see if it catches on anything.
Honestly, that's
zero
the,
other things.
that's the most intelligent, stupid thing I've ever heard.
Thank you.
Because I mean, it's if it wraps
spectacular
around something, and then you just have to fucking.
Exactly.
Reel
I just
yourself
reel
in.
myself.
Either you
walk
found a
towards
tree
them.
or you found the sled.
Yeah, exactly. Or a person, which is why I took the hook off.
I hate how intelligent this is.
I hate how smart it is.
So this isn't like a modern fishing pole. So it's got, I would say, maybe about 30, 40 feet. And it's
Sure.
not like a rewinded cost. I think like it's not a bamboo fishing pole, but it's that
Okay.
kind of where it's just a line
A
attached
fly
to it.
fishing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where you have the line yourself and you have to let go of it.
Yeah, so you start to swing this, and then Gwyn immediately takes it, swinging your arms with it, and we cut back to Boroth and Elizabeth. Elizabeth, you kind of complete a whole 50% arc around the sled, and you start to go back, and there's nothing.
Yeah.
And you feel a little bit of slack as it seems like the gypsy is starting to pull back towards you. Right about as Gypsy pulls up kind of right next to you where you can finally see them again. And so you're grabbing them and pulling them up against you. Boroth, you see another snout appear next to Elizabeth, but much taller than Gypsy. And again, two yellow eyes and these yellow teeth bearing at you.
Warhammer.
So we are entering initiative. Let's get some combat.
Different
Random
game.
number
You're not
ruse.
playing Warhammer.
By using a Warhammer. That's my weapon.
So we have Arwell facing one of these. It seems like just a large white wolf, encapsulated in their own snowy. Sorry, bourbon. I have a little bit of soda in my cup. This carbonation is getting to me.
Yeah, soda.
In their own little a 1v1 somewhere nearby, far away. Who's to say? Certainly not me. Boroth and Lisbeth and Gypsy are facing one wolf next to them, and as everybody's deciding what they're going to do, I will resolve Yeramore. As you swing this around, it's hard to actually direct it. You're kind of just letting the wind, and you're just whipping it back and forth, And Arwell, you see something very small, like fly through the air, attached to this line, and sort of smack into the wolf's leg, and kind of like wrap around it very briefly, and you feel a tug, but it is starting to like become slack and then pull against you, as though you've caught something on your fishing pole. But you can't see what it is. But you hit something.
Oh, Lord.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool.
So here's what we're gonna do. These wolves are right next to it. The two that I've disarmed. So, everybody give me a dex save.
Oof, baby. Come on, girl.
Everybody or just the ones by the wolves?
Everybody.
Fucking kidding me. My dexterity is 16, and I rolled a fail.
Are you kidding
My
me?
Rolled a
dexterity
failure.
is also a 16, and I rolled a 20.
Are you shitting me?
Wait, I thought the wolf was
I'll
next to me.
die.
Everyone's
I'm
rolling
gonna
one.
die.
Oh, okay.
So what this mechanic is, Christian, when there's a question of whether the party or the creatures are going to go first, it's just a flat dex save, and for this round, that's who's going to go first.
Okay.
Based on your guys'
Yeah.
favorite.
I got a success.
I failed.
Are you?
Okay.
I'm the only
So-
one. Lovely. Love that.
You're able to. Well, what would you like to do this round?
Like to move
You-
towards. You move towards what I've caught.
Where? So you sort of like start reeling yourself in, just trying to make your way to it, and slowly coming in your vision, you see this large white wolf, like pure white, like polar bear white,
Oh,
Beautiful.
like beautiful.
but deadly wolf, like trying to shrug off the fishing line that
It's
had
doing
wrapped
that like
around.
that quick like circle kick they do, like.
And it's kind of like starting to like gnaw, like bite it in itself, facing Arwell, this young boy who's like fumbling and pulling out their sword of the scabbard. So what action would you like now that your character knows what's in front of them at least?
About to make another stupid /
Fireball.
smart move, I think. No, I don't have a spell book,
Objective.
sadly. But what I do have are manacles. I want to try and see if I can manacle at least the two back legs of the wolf.
Yes.
Is that a possibility with just an action?
So, no. What I would say is like you would need to, you either have to have help, or you would need to succeed in a check first to sort of like either restrain it or at least slow it.
Mhm.
So like a strength check to kind of like sort of straddle it and like grab it, like at least
Mhm.
one of the legs to get started, or something to subdue it. So if that's what you want to do, we can do. I would say like a strength save to try to sort of subdue it in some way, whether you do that physically or with the fishing line that's around it. But if you have something else in mind that you would think would work the same way, I want to hear it.
Mm-hmm. Are we
Maybe
allowed
Dexy?
to? Are we allowed to talk with other players on what other characters' stats are by chance?
Sure.
Paige, what's Arwell's strength?
9.
Shit.
strong.
Okay. Cool.
No.
Love that.
She's a short little
He's-
scrawny kid.
He's a,
Well, if
he's
you
a little
can-
Dexy boy, that's it.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say,
what
if you're Dexy and you could like kind of like sneak and do it quick enough while it's like there in front, like that's a possibility. Because I mean,
Would
what
I-
are you essentially doing with these manacles? Like, do they need to be like keyed, or
Yeah,
do
and
they
if it's
just like?
something where like you want to talk to
Mhm.
the character and get them like
Yeah.
tell them their action to like assist you in some way?
Yeah.
They choose to, like, you guys are in the same area, so you can also
Right.
talk to each other as players and characters.
I think what I'm going to do is having the manacles. I see Arwell. I'm just going to hold the manacles and give Arwell one half of them, and just say, "See if you can get one of its legs in there."
Hi.
And I want to try and see if, with assistance from Arwell, can kind
Yeah, I'll
of,
help.
not necessarily forcefully, so not trying to like restrain it, but just move as quickly as the wolf is like trying to get its leg away, and kind of look for, I don't know, look for not necessarily a pattern, but like anticipate where its leg is going to be and try and go for that kind of situation. Essentially, I want to try and use dex instead of strength.
Okay, yeah, that will be fine. As you're like tossing the like half of the manacle to Arwell, and you're kind of like trying to lunge in and get one of their back legs, that is when the wolves, both on Elizabeth and Arwell, sink their fangs into you.
Or try.
Go for the head for Arwell, where the helmet is.
Yeah.
So, Christian, combat.
dagger.
There is no roll to hit. You just roll damage.
Oh god.
Players and enemies. Combat is deadly. That's why it's good to avoid. Arwell, you take 4 points of damage minus your armor.
So I have an armor of 3, so I only
You take 1 point of
Thank
damage.
God.
1 point
And
of damage.
Elizabeth, you only take 1 point of damage, and I think you have 1 armor, so it sinks its fangs into your armor, but they don't manage to pierce through.
I was so ready to be dead. I was like,
release.
no.
I'm gonna die right now.
And these wolves, think about them like chest high wolves. So like Arwell's probably looking eye to eye with this thing. Like these are huge beasts, like beautiful in their like scary, frightening way.
Yeah, and that's why the manacles work, because their legs are just so thick that it fills out a full manacle.
Go ahead and what was your dex save there?
Mulligan?
Oh no.
Would I make one as well if I'm trying to help with the other
If that's the
man?
action, yeah. So I assume you take a lunge and it clamps down on nothing.
It was
as
by
they-
1. I needed a 14, I rolled a 15.
Oh,
I succeed.
nice.
Okay, so it bites into you,
I-
which brings it close enough so you're able, like, as you, like, Tristan, there's, like, a little bit of blood coming out of your, mixing with the furs, you're able to, like, you sort of fall forward and grab their back leg and clamp the one side of it on there successfully. Oroth and Elizabeth, what are you doing?
I think that being attacked by a wolf immediately, I think that she would probably take her hatchet out and, try to protect Gypsy, and then Gypsy would be doing the same thing, trying to protect her. This one, she doesn't have any rations, and she doesn't think a wolf would be hungry enough, and I don't think that they would be distracted by rations the same way a bear would.
Wolves are hunters. They're not.
Yeah,
protecting
they really
are
like the
hunting you.
blood.
What is Oroth doing? We'll resolve.
I have a
everything together.
question because I don't know what this is used for. What is the purpose of Wolfsbane?
Did it give a description?
I believe
in
it's a
the-
poison.
There's
I think
a
What page is it on? I didn't see it.
The first time we're looking up a rule in 4 hours? Crazy. Isn't that fun?
damn guys, let's go. Oh no, I don't think there's any.
There's a list for magic and what it does.
Eat it!
Is this a
Eat it,
trinket,
wolf!
or where did you roll this?
I rolled this on the.
Expeditionary gear.
Yeah.
Wolfsbane. Here's what we'll do.
I just know that wolfsbane is a poison.
Yeah,
Like a poisonous flower.
I think that's what it is.
So it is a poison. I will say that that wolves don't do avoid it as a plant. You think that it would take some, you would have to shove it in its mouth or prepare it in some way for it to actually be an effective thing right now.
Gotcha.
If that makes sense, but it is something that they avoid.
Put it on
It
the
is used
weapon.
as a semi-repellent.
Right. Well, that sounds super complicated, so we're just gonna hit the shit out of it with this warhammer.
Okay, so we've got Gypsy, Loroth, and Elizabeth are all going to attack. So the way we do groups attacks work in Cairn is that everybody's gonna roll, and we take the highest result out of everybody. We just use that one. Okay, so you got a hatchet, which I think is a D6. Gypsy's bite is a D6, so I'm gonna roll for her, and then Loroth, you roll whatever your weapon dies.
It is a D10.
Nice.
Alright, so D6.
Hell yeah.
Big money, let's go.
It's a 4.
Gypsy got a 6.
Oh shit.
What did you get, Brandon?
Got an 8.
Oh
Hey.
shit. Okay.
Nice.
That's 18. 18.
We don't add them together, we just take the highest. That's the way group attacks work.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
hell
You're
Cool.
basically rolling damage with advantage, essentially.
Nice.
Yeah.
Because HP is like such low and it's so easy to like kill
Yeah.
things. Easy, depending on depending on the thing. So you thankfully your armor protected you, Elizabeth. So you like shake it off, whip up your hatchet, slam it into its leg just as Gypsy reaches up and like grabs like it around its throat, like trying to like rip it across, and then from behind Loroth comes and you see this warhammer slam down, and you almost hear a crack as it lands right on the wolf's back, and you see it like kind of goes into spasms immediately and falls into the snow, dead.
Hell yeah. Okay. Jeez.
Round 2, 3.
Whatever.
2.
Thank you, Bora.
In almost an instant, there's this like swirl of wind around everybody, and it's like this white owl is like lifted, like just disappeared, like taking an eraser across a blackboard. The sky is like this clear, like white blue, and the storm swiftly is receding. You see Arwell and Yrmor like some 50 feet back, basically both like wrestling with another one of these wolves. You can clearly see this giant, beautiful wolf bleeding into the snow at your feet, right with the sled behind you. And as you take a look around, about 20 feet away, there are 2 more wolves. And slowly walking from behind them is a dire white wolf.
Oh
Like if they are chest high on wolves, this wolf is like a moose sized.
Wolf-sized moose.
A moose sized wolf.
Oh yeah. No, sorry. That was my.
Yeah, I was
fuck
like,
up.
what did I say? I was like, I think I said it right.
No, I said it backwards.
Behind them, their eyes, like you can see them in this clear, sudden, like there's still wind, but it's just like the snow is disappeared and the wind is just cutting across this trail. Their eyes are almost this sort of like bright orangey gold in comparison to the piercing yellow of these wolves.
Oh, so they have prettier
Whereas-
eyes.
Yeah, and the way that these wolves have been like these, even the 2 smaller ones in front of it, the way they're snarling and stuff, this one walks with almost a dignity, like a haughty, like everything he's looking at is below them. So round 2, what would everyone like to do? And then we'll do, once we hear what everyone wants to do, we'll do dex saves to see which goes first.
Okay.
I will take a swing with my sword, take the scabbard off, and take a swing.
Elizabeth will be completely just flabbergasted at the fact that you guys are using manacles on an animal in combat. It's like,
With a bit of a fishing line still attached.
Are they using manacles and a fishing rod?
So did the wind die down at all?
The wind is slightly less. It's just a very
So do I-
uncomfortable wind.
Does
You can
it
yell
seem
and
like
hear
the-
each other now.
Yeah, then he'll just yell, make a run for it.
And
Do more than that. Everybody gets a movement and an action, including Arwell. If you're swinging, that's fine. Do you want to move afterwards?
Yes, yeah, then I'll run towards Borath. Thank you. Like, forgot
I'm
that
gonna
we-
try again to manacle the other leg to just take one, hopefully, out of the fight. So deck save.
And
And
are you going to
then-
move?
We're-
Well, I want to
Well,
hear what
after-
everybody's doing.
afterward,
And
if
then,
it-
I want to hear what everybody's doing, and then we will go process things.
Right. Yes. Sorry. Whether it fails or succeeds, he will move away. Yeah.
Okay.
And then Elizabeth for sure will take out her longbow and take a shot at the manacled wolf, not the dire wolf, but the ice wolf.
Are you going to try to keep moving up the trail as well?
No, she's going to stand her ground, waiting for the other individuals, and then Gypsy. I don't know if she's still attached to the sled or not anymore.
I'll
so
use-
she will.
She's not. She's just attached to you.
Is yelling part of my action, or is that not okay? Then my action will be reattaching Gypsy to the sled and then moving with the sled up.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're trying to reattach him. To
Yeah.
And you're sort of letting Gypsy be, like, just telling her to, like, go with Borath.
Go on, get Gypsy, go.
Go on, get. Gypsy and Borat. What pair?
Not Borath.
Borath.
We now have.
Borat.
I know.
Oh, Borath. Oh, my bad.
Boroth. B-O-R-O-T-H. Boroth.
Okay.
Mm.
Everybody, basically, it looks like the wolf that you're trying to wrestle is just going to keep trying to attack you guys. It looks like at least the two other small wolves are going to run in to attack. The large wolf, it looks like it's going to wait and see what happens before it moves. It doesn't look like it's immediately about to run. Just so you guys kind of get a guess, understanding of what's happening this round. So everybody make a dex save. We're going to do
See who
one
goes
side
first.
for one side, so if we just need the majority of you to pass.
Come on, baby.
Yes.
I never asked you to roll
Yeah.
low. I need you
Okay.
to roll low.
It's okay, the rest of us succeeded.
All right, so we got 3 out of 4. Okay, so your group, your party's going to go first.
Christian, would you roll,
Nat,
buddy?
nat 20.
Aw, buddy.
It's okay.
That's
We'll
my
see- we'll see
second
if
nat
that
20.
comes-
That's awesome.
We'll see if that comes into it. Arwell, you're swinging your sword, and
Swinging your
you're more dex save to see if you can attach the manacles. Arwell, go ahead and roll damage.
Six.
I do succeed on the manacles.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's very easy for you to grab the manacles around its leg this time because it's no longer moving as it's dead. As Arwell places its sword against its chest and plunges it through and then rips it out, flinging these red droplets into the sky, spraying across the snow.
He's like, chink, ha,
It
I got it.
worked.
and then
And like
looks
as
up.
you like plunge through it, like their teeth were just like inches from your throat as it like pulls its body weight off your sword.
It's
falling
literally the
down.
Lord of the Rings moment where Gimli gets crushed by the huge hyena thing.
Oh my god.
Jeez, I'm so mad that it only now succeeded.
It's all good.
Clink.
Only 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Around, so you now have a manacled dead wolf. If you want to bring that with you for whatever reason, it's super pretty. So maybe you could sell that for some money. And assuming you don't grab the wolf, which I would let you do, with a save, you make your way back to the square.
There it is. Yeah, no.
Okay.
Maybe
and
we
then
grab the wolf closer to the sled, but not this one.
Borath,
Well, the sled should be moved a little bit.
Yeah, Boroth, you grab Gypsy, you get her quickly, like haphazardly harnessed in, and then you and Gypsy are like moving away further up the trail.
Yep.
Basically, still moving north and leaving them behind to the wolves behind to the east. Elizabeth, you were shooting an arrow at which wolf?
The one that is no longer manacled. The
Okay,
one
so you're gonna
that
shoot at
the
one of the
other
two that are
smaller wolf.
running in? Okay.
Yeah.
There's two smaller wolves, right? Just so you were aware. We'll say one is going towards
Small is barely
uh,
relative at this
yeah,
point.
smaller. One is going towards Arwell and Yerbor, and then one is going towards Elizabeth. So you can choose to pick whichever one.
He would then shoot towards the one going towards Arwell.
Okay, go ahead and roll damage. I believe that's a D8.
On the longbow?
Yes.
Oh, hell yes. I rolled wrong last time. No, I didn't. Yeah, okay, I'm thinking. Freaking out! 3 damage.
3 damage. So your arrow pierces deep into its ribs. It doesn't quite pierce on target on its heart. So you can see it cries out, but it continues going towards Arwell and Yerbor, and it is going to attack Yerbor.
Nom 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 nom.
Owie.
You take 3 points of damage.
I
What's that?
take 2 points of damage.
Take 2 points of damage.
How's your hit protection?
Still over half.
Okay.
As it sort of rips into like your side and hip area. And then the one running towards Elizabeth, it reaches you and is going to attack. That is 3 damage. Minus 1 armor is 2.
Alright.
How's she looking?
She has 1 HP left.
Oh, and then it starts getting into your strength. How's your strength look by chance?
That's the highest.
Strength is good.
Okay, good.
Oh yeah, athletic.
Right. The
Athletic.
glutes.
Athletic, hot, great hot.
It's just Pilates.
Ugh.
And like as she's bit, she just yells over at Gypsy, "Keep going, Gypsy!"
You can see like up next to you, Bora, the gypsy like is like whining and like keeps like trying to pull against like your hand just a little bit, but they like turn their head and they keep trying to push forward. Okay.
God, that could have been so much worse.
Mm-hmm.
So there's one wolf still trying to go after Yerbor and or Arwell. One is on Elizabeth. Boroth and Gypsy have made it further up the trail. It does look like the dire white wolf is about to. Across, so if we can imagine this trail, it's not like a deep ravine or valley. It's, like 20 feet wide of like this sort of like slope, and the dire wolf is hanging out up on sort of like the slope at the top on one side, and then the other side that kind of gets more mountainous but starts with a slope. As you guys are choosing your next actions, you all also see another figure appear sort of across from the dire wolf on the other side. It is a large humanoid figure covered with a white fur, followed by 2 smaller versions of itself, and they're down on all fours. But this one is walking as you see the creature you left behind in the cave, and right about as it crests the hill, you see it just kind of like opens up its like huge hands and like here bumps out its chest and just like and then it drops its feet, its hands, whatever it is, on the ground and starts to barrel forward. Imagine like a like a grizzly bear runs.
Yeah.
It's like its hind feet come forward and then its front feet, and it is charging. It looks like across the trail. So what would you all like to do?
Does it seem like it's heading our direction or towards the wolves?
It seems like it's heading towards the dire wolf.
Let's go! We saved this baby!
Yes.
We love a good callback.
Should I attack the one that's like near us before I run, or should I just run twice? If I
I feel
just
like you
use
should
my
attack
movement,
the
can I
wolf.
catch up with the sled? I don't know.
You are still.
Because I would need a movement to get there, so I think that she would be able to get there with another movement. 'Cause they caught up to me, right?
Yeah.
And they only moved. Did you move two movements,
yeah,
or
you're only about one movement. Everybody's
Okay.
Goroth's at the sled with Gypsy. Everybody else is about one movement away, and you've got
Sure.
two small wolves next to you.
Sure. I will swing my sword at the wolf that's near me and keep running.
Okay. Here more. Got another pair of manacles, or
Nope, I've already essentially lost both the fishing rod and manacles, so I have nothing realistically left at this point. So I think he's
Could've
just
been.
going, huh?
could have been cool. It was just the dice.
Yeah, could have been, but wasn't. Story of my life.
I mean, you're more than welcome to help a old lady out if you wanted. You know, that wouldn't be terrible. But,
Yeah,
I think
that's fair. Considering
Paige's
seeing
wolf is almost
how-
dead.
Seeing how it hasn't been attacked, I don't think.
No, I attacked it.
Oh, you
Yeah,
did.
arrow, yeah.
Yeah, with a
That's-
longbow.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
It was only
Um,
3 HP, but
Still,
Yeah.
seeing that she seems very hurt, Earmore is going to run to Lisbeth and use a dagger and try and attack it from behind.
Okay. And Lisbeth.
yeah, Elizabeth is hatchet out, going for the wolf that literally just bit her, and then I don't know if you want to move as well after this, Morgan, but I'm gonna try to move.
I can't.
towards the
I'm
sled
right.
after.
I only have movement and action, and I'm using movement to get
You
to
were in
you.
the same area.
Oh, was I?
Because if you moved away from doing the manacles, it would make
You're
you
right.
back to her space.
You're right. Okay, then yeah,
So yeah, you could keep.
afterward I'll move.
Okay, so we all attack and move.
I'm
Single
gonna move
turn.
us. Gonna move Gypsy and I up one, and then because I also own and got a longbow on my roll, seeing as there's two individuals ganging up on the one that's attacking Lisbeth, I'll put my focus on the one that is on Arwell.
Okay. Alrighty.
Ooh, come on, Dexy.
Dex saves. Dex saves to see if you go first. This could save you a whole attack from these wolves. Could.
Failed.
Brandon.
Come on, Brendan. No, half and half.
Did you get a 20/20?
No, I got a 19.
Okay, I got a 17.
Christian, why do there keep
Alright.
popping up thumbs up and thumbs down bubbles on your screen?
Is that Matthew?
No.
No.
Do a
Wait,
thumbs up.
for real?
Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
do a
you-
thumbs up. I was wondering if the camera was like reading.
yeah, that's what I was
I
trying
don't
to
know.
think, because it just keeps popping up, because there was one that popped
Yeah,
up
I
earlier in the stream that
Yeah.
we were very
Yeah.
confused about.
I thought somebody else was doing it.
No, you're the
Was it
only one that has
Brandon?
control over what you do.
No, I'm not touching. My
This
computer's
is
up
through
here.
Discord.
I haven't been
Only
touching
you-
anything.
I know how to do this one.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
one is
okay.
that one's just Discord. I don't know what you're doing.
Gypsy
Maybe
is
Discord
going
likes
to
me.
be the deciding initiative. Time.
Let's
She
go,
has a dex-
baby.
What's
Her dex
Gypsy's
is 12.
dexterity?
12.
She has good
so
dex.
Okay.
She has good dex.
I'll even roll.
Okay.
I'll even roll my nice die for her. 2.
Hey!
You looked scared of the
Oh.
die as you were rolling. You're like, "Ugh."
That's a good dog. That's a good dog.
Okay, so Arwell and Bora are attacking the same with your sword
Yep.
and then with your arrow.
Yep.
Both of you roll for damage, and we'll take the highest. And then the same for the other two. Roll for damage, and we'll take the highest. 'cause you're
7.
attacking the same one.
7. I mean, I can't beat a 7.
No.
No.
You're attacking.
Oh.
We're attacking the same.
Oh,
They're
thank you,
attacking.
sorry.
Yeah, we're gonna be taking that 7.
I got a 6.
Told mom
I
he
got a
was
1,
destined to be
so-
a soldier.
So we're taking a 6 on ours.
I rolled a 1. I think the wind caught my arrow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know.
the wind catches your arrow and it kind of like scrapes the flank before it's flung into the snowbank.
Twang!
But
Shit!
Arwen, for the second time, as the wolf comes in, this time with a swing, you slice it, taking off part of its muzzle and sort of slamming its head into the ground, where its legs sort of spatter and then, or spaz, and then still on the
Took off
other
its
side.
nose.
Your hatchet, your dagger embeds itself like around its spine, and your hatchet finds its skull right next to an ear. And so as the ear comes off and the dagger goes in, part of its face crushes, and again it falls down into the ground
Damn.
with a cry and lays dead.
That was
And we run.
all look-
violent.
And as you all like lift your weapons and are like turning to like slide and scrape yourselves up further up the trail, you're looking behind you as this dire wolf towering over all of you. Like you guys know how much big like moose are. Like
Yeah,
they're
oh yeah.
terrifying. It's like
They're bigger than a car
It's
most
a
times.
terrifyingly
Sure.
large creature.
I
it's
wanna
like
see
a
how many times
Hummer
it's so bad.
chasing down on you, and this dire wolf is like, and then just as it's about to place its fangs into the final person in your rank, which I think would probably be Arwell, like its jaws could probably just like take the top half of Arwell off. It is slammed out of its momentum by this creature with a huge roar. You see it just like sinks its fangs into its ribs and slams into it at this full like grizzly bear, like polar bear run,
gosh.
slamming it into the side and basically pushing it off. And you can see the dire wolf, its white fur now matted with blood and a rib like showing, gleaming from the skin, like stands up, and it begins to like circle around this creature, which is like waving its arms above its head and like swinging, ringing itself as its like little babies like go and like grab one of the wolves and start to drag it back up the trail.
These remind me of trolls from Skyrim, kind of.
Yeah.
You see this sort of just vicious scene unfolding behind you, and it disappears as you crest the next ridge and sprint away up the trail.
Before we do that, can I take one shot with my longbow towards the dire wolf to try to help this mama?
Yes, of course you can.
Well, with just a D8?
Yeah.
Or do you want a dex thing?
Nope, roll a d8.
Just 4 damage.
You see, they were about to just like clash together, and right before they clash, your arrow pierces into the direwolf and like flinches, which allows the mama to like grab up under its neck and like wrench it around into the ground. And of course, the direwolf like does sink its teeth into them, and they start to wrestle on the ground. But it got the upper hand right there at the start before you press the ridge. It disappears from sight, and you leave the howling quickly behind.
I can't believe she came to help us. So we're above a hill.
Okay.
So you
How
just
close are we to
crested
the town?
Over another ridge, sort of out of breath. I assume you guys like press forward for a bit of time before you feel like you don't hear the howling or the wailing anymore.
Yeah.
At a certain point, it just stopped.
Is it
And
still
you're sort of
storming?
breathing. It's still windy, but it's not a snowstorm anymore. You are higher in the mountains, so the air is a little bit thinner here. It's a little bit easier to get out of breath as you guys pause, sort of taking stock yourselves and sled and everything. You didn't stay on the trail. You think that you're probably about 1 day's travel away. Like if you complete today, you would make it in the next day.
Okay.
Keep on trucking.
Yeah.
Yeah, and do we think with some of these downward hills, like I'm not sure how big this sled is, but if
About
we
6
could
feet
ride
long.
on parts of it, that would be cool.
Probably one person could like stand on the back, kind of like
Okay, like a snow dog
Right.
sled.
Yeah, but only one person could probably do that. And
Go ahead,
they're not-
Elizabeth.
It's not really built for it, so you couldn't do it for like
Yes.
the whole ride.
Yeah, you can.
You mean- I mean,
it,
you know.
Miss Lisbeth.
Is everyone all right?
Yep.
I'm fine with it as long as you don't mind being away from us for a while, because we can't catch up with it.
I'm just going to be here on the sled for a moment to catch my breath.
It's fine with me.
My arm is very numb and sore. I hope it does not get infected.
Yeah, so mechanically, if you guys want to recover some of your hit protection, you just basically, it's kind of, think of it as a short rest. You have to stop, eat some ration, drink some water, take a rest for a little bit. Essentially, what this is doing, stakes-wise, is like you'll be able to recover your HP, but obviously not moving makes you a little bit more vulnerable in the open area. So you can either choose to press on as you are, at whatever hit protection you've got, and then or choose to stop and heal yourself and see what happens.
I'm okay either way. I
Um,
think that we've got some pretty high stakes ahead of us,
Yeah, let's
and
try
so
to-
You do have one more night in between you, unless you just decided to
and
push through.
that counts for rest as well. The nighttime
Yeah,
rest.
you would heal your HP back if that was the case.
Well, I know we pushed ahead
You're
last time.
stopping in the middle of the day. and the trip.
Yeah, I know we pushed ahead last time and gotten a little bit of trouble. But I think we could probably press on while the weather's decent.
While it's decent, yeah, that's what I was thinking too. While it's clear, we should take advantage of this.
How much longer would we have for today's travel?
It's another half day, so like 4 or 5 hours.
Okay. I think
Yeah, this
it's
is
fine.
this is
We
winter
pushed it.
time. These are winter times. It gets
Yeah.
dark at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's push on.
Yep.
Push on.
Pushing
Yep.
on, not resting. Okay. So, choosing to not rest, but simply to push forward. No one sustained any life-threatening injuries. I'm just a bit battered, a bit tired. Being pressed forward. The trail gets steeper. There are fewer like slopes, and it's more straight up hills. And you're starting to not exactly Skyrim everywhere, but there are like points where you're like close to climbing, and so like you're having to actually like pull the sled up. You know, it's not going to get much worse than this, but it is, you know, slowing you down and creating some interesting barriers. But you move forward, you're deeper, and now you're kind of in the. Actually, you know, does everybody play Skyrim?
I have.
Matthew, we've
Well,
talked
I know.
about this.
I'm
I'm not a
asking the
gamer.
actual gamers. What about you, Brandon?
I've never directly played it, but I know of it.
Oh,
Well,
guys.
either way, I'll say it for Christian Morgan. You know, when you meet that first ice troll
Yep.
at like the top of those stairs, where it's kind of like those like stone wall gullies. Like they're not ravines; they're just kind of like the trail itself.
Yeah.
Like basically, you're like navigating those and then having to like climb up some stuff. So the sled is still like obviously very helpful. It's just a little bit stop and starty.
Yeah.
So you're basically like sort of traversing up these different through these different like little gully ravines. The wind is still blowing, but the snow has dissipated for the time. And it is cold. Finally, as the sun is beginning to set, you guys know that there is kind of one of the reasons for the trail too is that there are very specific, not just markers for the path itself, but there are certain places that people typically can choose to like stop, that you know that there is this cave or this, you know, tree line or whatever, that so people can kind of plan out their journey. So you know that you're coming up close to this sort of shallow cave system. It's not like one of those ant network things like it was in the mountain pass originally that you came through. It's just a shallow cave up in the side of this mountain. People use that a lot to rest. You think it's also if you wanted to go off the trail. You all know that near this village there is an outpost. Whether or not is someone there or supplies, it would be a little bit further and more difficult to get to, but would be better shelter. It's like a little higher up on the mountain, so you have to kind of go off the trail to climb. So those are the things you know of, or you could keep pushing through that. If you push through the night, you could get there before morning, assuming no problems. And if you stayed the night, you would get there probably midday tomorrow.
I feel decent with our exposure in that little shallow cave.
Yeah.
As much as my adventure side is like, I want to go to the outpost. I want to know what is there personally. I want to know if there's some weird little guy. It just depends on what y'all feel, because I feel like we did decently with that one shallow night, but I'm not expecting another snow elf to come out and be like, hello.
I just want to talk. I don't know what I felt weird about a little earlier needing. My wisdom felt fine.
Yeah, because my character's definitely not going to be up all talking all through the night this time. She's going to be resting.
I think resting is fine.
Take watches.
Yeah. Take that shallow cave.
Shallow cave, take some watches.
Okay. So you push forward a little bit more. You kind of like make your way. It gets very. This is probably the most ravine-like area you encounter. It's just a short little bit where like there's a steep drop off one side. You know, like a 50-foot drop. But then it kind of picks back up like around the corner. So you guys kind of like dexterously like navigate slowly, carefully around that corner of the trail, and then once you get through, it levels out, and up ahead on the right, you can see the entrance to the cave built into the wall of this mountain.
We have firewood.
Oh yeah. Well, did we get to collect that as we go?
Oh yeah, we did that way earlier.
When you found the trail, you guys stopped and did that.
Nope.
That's it. You make your way towards the cave. It is very clearly vacant right now. It looks like it hasn't been used in a while, which makes
How big
sense.
is the cave mouth?
Cave mouth, it's like 6 feet tall, 6 feet wide.
Could we use some of our camping gear to help block off the outside?
Yeah, kind of like the furs and
Like a
things that you
tarp
use to
or
kind
something,
of,
yeah.
like,
Yeah, something to put over
tarp
to
yourself.
keep our heat in here.
Yeah, to kind of tarp
And that
yourself
way we
in
also
heat.
don't have a huge light out. You know, we're not having like the
Yeah.
firelight's not as visible as it would have been with that close to the bed.
Yeah.
I'd say that Boroth would work on that.
Yep, and the cave itself, it's small. It's like maybe it goes in like maybe 10 feet, you know, not far, and it's 10 by 10, and then there it does like extend on one side like a little further, like a little curve, but then it just kind of stops. So there's like
I'd
a
like
dark
to-
corner around there.
I'd like to look around with Gypsy and see if we find any possible items left behind by other travelers in the small space we're in.
Yeah. So you take while they're kind of everybody's setting up camp and starting the fire, you just kind of walk Gypsy around the perimeter and back into the little corner. There's like you can see like just yourself like around the cave that there's like a strip of leather or fur. Like this was probably some frayed rope, you know, just from people passing through. Most of it's covered by like a very thin layer of snow, which is beginning to melt as the fire gets started. In the back corner of the cave. It's actually very barren and empty, but Gypsy does sort of like get into the corner of the cavern and like shove her nose down in the snow and then the dirt there. And then she kind of like pauses and digs at it for a second and then looks up at you.
I'd like to also help her dig that out. Whatever she's trying to...
So you kneel down, because this cave it hasn't been used in a while, but that was probably just a few weeks, honestly. And it's pretty common, so it wouldn't necessarily be expected to find something just sitting out. But maybe most people don't have a dog also. So you dig for a second, and it unveils a skeleton hand where a body is under the floor, and it looks like it's been there for a long time. But on the hand, you do see it's wearing a very rusted ring. So you're not quite sure that you could unearth the whole body, but you do definitely know what it is right now.
Oh, good girl, Gypsy. No more. Go lay down and rest.
What would she find?
Nothing, dear.
And she kind of like takes the hand and like kind of puts it back under the earth and tries to be respectful to the dead. And
as you're like taking the hand and like trying to like pack it underneath, like one of your fingers like touches the ring and it almost gives you like a little vibration, like a little hum, which you recognize as magic.
She does, feeling, since magic is so rare in our world, he takes like some of that old leather that she found around, and like as she's like quickly scooping this up and trying to cover up what she's doing, she's gonna use that leather and grab the ring and kind of go,
Actually, I found a ring. I think it has this different potential for magic. It could be dangerous, though, so be careful.
and she kind of presents it on the leather pad to the group.
I don't know much about magic, so anybody else got any proclivity for such?
As I said, sometimes magic can be dangerous.
Yeah, I don't
We
know
should
if
be-
ladies typically wear rings.
Very cautious. Borath, do you know anything about magic items?
Let's just say I never had a talent for them, so I don't bother.
Okay. Well, I could put it on and see if anything happens, but hopefully I won't die.
You sure that's the best idea to just willy-nilly put it on without getting somebody who's knowledgeable about it to do anything with it?
I am quite nervous about its potential, but at the same time I am very ambitious individual, and if it could provide any kind of help, I would be very, very grateful for it.
Go ahead.
In other words, you just wanna press the red button, don't you?
I would like to press the red button.
Boroth is very obviously wielding and getting ready his warhammer.
Maybe
Yes,
we
it's
should.
a sentient ring. It's gonna possess.
Captain, you can't
this
attack her. She's a lady.
This is the year of our
maybe
Lord
I
385. Hands are equal opportunity.
Maybe I should be more honest with you all. I found this on a skeleton hand over there in the corner.
Well,
but
last time I
just-
checked, the dead don't need such things. So go ahead.
She looks at the ring size and kind of gauges it to her fingers, and she is an ambitious individual, so if she thinks this could potentially help, she'll try putting it on. And she'll put it on her middle finger on her left hand.
So you've got this leather covering the opening here. This fire has been created, maybe lined with stones or things around in the center of the room, and everybody has their packs and things and bedrolls lined up in the room. So you're all staring at this ring, probably all like sitting around the firelight. It's this like little rusty ring. You're not quite sure what kind of metal it was. Looking outside, you can see like around the edges of the tarp, you can see that the snow has begun again. The wind has died down a little bit, so snow is beginning to like pile up outside, like like just regular like soft snow. It's probably about 2 feet deep, and it's starting to pile up against the leather since it's not able to like fall into the cave as much anymore. And so you guys are huddled around here as Elizabeth slips on this ring.
Just imagine it's like, was it Bilbo in Lord of the Rings? Like, after all, why shouldn't I keep it?
You slip it on, and you have this like weird like little like tug like around your navel, like your center of gravity, like just something feels like weird, like it shifted, and then the whole room shifts, and everybody else looking at Elizabeth like you were sitting on like your pack or something, I guess, as you were doing this. You see Elizabeth shrink down to 6 inches tall, and now you're sitting and you fall basically on top of your pack and then stick your head out as you are about this tall.
Does all my clothing shrink as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That kind of magic.
Kind of go off, look at her. What happens if you take
the great hammer?
Yeah. What happens if you take the ring off?
But you see Gypsy like runs over to your pack, and it's like they try to like sniff you up and down, and basically like knock you over onto your pack because there's like sniffing you and like whining.
Imagine getting eaten by your own dog.
Miss Elizabeth, we can't really understand when your voice is that high.
We legitimately cannot hear you through Discord.
Yeah, it's not coming through now.
That's good. You probably wouldn't be able to hear me anyway.
I know.
Slowly begin, or at least attempts to take the ring off.
As you take the ring off, the whole world shifts again, and you're back up. And you can feel the the humming energy, the kind of vibrating energy that like when you're holding it, it kind of like it lowers a little bit. It's not humming quite as strong as it was. So you think that there might be just like only a few uses to it.
Wow.
That will sell for a very good price.
It probably would, but it doesn't seem to have the same feeling, as if the feeling is a bit weaker, so we should be mindful of using it.
And you all do know that with magic items like this, these sort of older items, relics, you might call them, a lot of them can be recharged. They just have very specific methods on how to recharge them. Some of them might have limited use, but a lot of them can be recharged.
I think that it is fair to say we found a magic ring that makes you shrink. This could
Real
be
observant.
Very useful. But the thing is, my good sir, we don't necessarily know if that was the only thing that it can do. So still, we should advise caution. That is good thinking, Arlo. That is what comes from a young mind. Should we try to get some sleep? I am quite tired.
I think that's probably the
That
best
is
idea.
a good idea.
I'll go ahead and take the first watch if we're fine.
I gotta go grab my charger real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, so we guys are doing watches. Okay, so what we'll do year more, and then who's taking second?
I can.
Okay. Borath will take third, and then we'll say Elizabeth will be up bright and early, as usual. Okay, so night has fallen as Dearmore is taking their first watch. There's a very calm energy. You just kind of watch the snowflakes out front. Occasionally you might hear the howl of a creature, but it sounds far away and nothing out of the usual, unordinary. Oh, everybody got cold. Brandon's putting on a blanket.
They got cold.
Put on their sweater.
I don't know. I saw him put his on. I was like, yeah, it's pretty. Oh wow, where'd this come from? It'd be a little cold now. I lowered my heat because I'm tired of paying so much money for a heat bill.
Fair enough.
Just throw on a blanket.
Yeah, I was gonna say it takes a lot for you to be cold.
Cover up like I'm in the story right now, just covered in my furs, just sitting in a corner, just.
I want to be in the club. Wait.
Damn it! Where's my snuggie?
I got a
My
cozy
blanket
blanket. I'm
was
happy. Let's keep going.
on my lap, but that's fine. This is good too.
So as you're
You can't
cozying
even
up,
tell it.
as cozy as possible, hearing these, again, the usual unordinary sounds of Cairn, you watch the snow continue to stack a little bit higher, but then you give your shift over to Arwell. It's, middle of the night. You watch. The snow is almost hypnotizing outside as you peer beyond the leather tarps that you've used to blockade the cave. It's even more silent than when Yearmore had their watch.
I'm doodling in the little snow that's on the ground.
Borath, you take third watch. About the time as Orwell falls asleep, the snow picks up. It's about half covering the exit to the cave now. Now it doesn't, it's not like packed in. It's not ice. It's just continuous,
Right.
constant snowfall. But it is noticeably picking up, and with the lack of wind, it's not going to get blown away if the wind doesn't pick up soon. So you do worry a little bit about your ability to traverse tomorrow.
Yeah.
As you're now in these sort of like narrower gullies and stuff, climbing into the mountains. So it is going to hamper. This is the kind of stuff that becomes more common at this point in winter, which is what you guys were trying to get ahead of.
Yeah.
But can't plan for the weather. Right, Nashville, Tennessee. Can't plan for the weather, except you can. They're called salt and snow
Pretty
clouds.
sure Nashville is shut down right now.
Oh no, I don't know entirely about that because where I am, it's pretty much all plowed and we're good here.
Oh, nice.
Good for you.
Just gonna dox myself
we're
here.
still. Yeah, we're doing fine. But
So that you see that, but no creatures. So unless that makes you do anything else, then it is going to pass to the early morning. Elizabeth, you get woken up by Borath. At this point, it's very warm in the cave now. The snow has melted on the ground because the cave is completely blocked off. You guys used, the majority of your firewood to keep the fire going. And your last watch is on that. So you all wake up. The
Whilst
exit
she has
locked.
a little bit of time, she is curious if this would work on inanimate objects. So she kind of gets like a little piece of rope, and just gets some of the threads into the ring to see if it works on inanimate objects and makes the rope shrink.
To be fair, it was on an inanimate skeletal hand.
I mean, I don't really think it
So-
would work, but like ideally, if we could shrink the whole goddamn sled and just
Sure.
carry it, that would be awesome.
So you slip as you're like doing this, like you're feeling the energy, like it, when you're not holding it, it just looks like a normal ring, but when you pick it up, you can kind of feel the arcane energy around it. And as much as any of you are not, don't have spell books and don't maybe perhaps in your history have used a lot of magic, everybody's capable of using it. So you, as you're like sort of playing around with it and the rope, it does not shrink the rope. You do think that if you wanted to sort of activate it by reaching out to the arcane energies, you could try to make it activate on something else. You can almost feel it's like a little like playfulness, like reaching out to you, allowing you to use it if you were able to or successfully. So mechanically, I would let
Be like a will save.
Casting a spell. The way casting spells works in here is a will save.
Okay.
Again, magic is powerful, so if you fail it, that doesn't mean it's not going to work. It might, depending. But you still might be successful, but you might take a level of fatigue or something else bad might happen, if that makes
Gotcha.
sense. So the will
Yeah.
is more like how your body and yourself responds to the magic, not always necessarily how successful it is, although that is an option. And depending on what you're trying to do, I'll try to make that like, oh yeah.
Okay.
you
She
do
really
this
is having a Bilbo moment of just like being curious about the ring and fiddling with it, but not going too far as to actually activate it.
Yeah.
So
But
that's
kinda
good
what you
insight.
Discover in the early morning before everyone wakes up. And there's the last day.
Good morning. As she tries to wake everybody up. Tis a beautiful day.
We gonna packing up and going.
Yes, we should be at our destination before nightfall.
Would be the last day of travel, and let me tell you, it has been an honor to work with you all.
Yep.
Well,
Boroth is going to get the sled turned around, pull down the furs, get everything packed up, and take his warhammer, turn it sideways, and use it like a shovel, and just shove things out of the way.
So you dig in and you pull the snow towards you until you can sort of like climb out. It is stacked tall, like
Yeah.
easily 8 feet up. So like you're able to like pack it down to a point that you can crawl up and kind of look around.
Can I use it to like pack down a path so we don't sink further?
Right in front of the cave? Yes.
Yeah.
You can kind of pack it down enough that you guys, or one or two people can sort of stand on it and see above the snow, and sort of just taking stock of everything. Like the wind has died even further and leaving just this snow that has fallen everywhere. So using the trail, at least part of the trail that you can see as it like navigates the mountain, you would literally be digging through it. So it looks like you might still be able to like use the trail as a guide, but you may be having to like cross over like more ledges and do like a little bit more climbing, because if you're deep in this sort of like 8-foot enveloping snow, which again it won't be that deep everywhere, but basically it's gonna be a hard day's work, and you might have to go on and off the path to make it.
Oh, is my HP back up now?
Yes, everybody's HP is back up.
What about fatigue? Does those drop off?
Yes.
Hell yeah. Well, yeah, I think we just gotta go for it, and I feel like we should have a good idea of our surroundings, and knowing, since it's not just snowing anymore, we could probably have a good idea of which direction to head in, even without the trail.
Yeah, you can keep kind of using the trail as a guide. You just might not be able to follow it exactly, essentially. So you're not worried about getting it. Just might take a little bit longer than say like by midday or early afternoon. But
I also have a horn called like a thundering horn, I think. Do we know what that does?
A thundering horn?
That's what it's called.
to do.
I mean, my idea as a player would be like, okay, if we're having all this snow that's not helping, I could probably make an avalanche while we're at like the peak
No.
and get all the snow down.
No. Please, no.
We don't want to cause avalanches.
Hey man, avalanches
Right.
happen with or without us.
Yeah, we don't want to cause them though.
I mean, that's why I brought it up. It's like 8 feet of snow.
She just
could get
pulls
that
it
in.
out and is about to blow into it. Just like a massive, like, I don't know, some kind of big ram's horn that's like curls up and everything and just goes into a massive thing. We're just like, no.
Where did you pull that from?
That, and we're just like,
Where did that
you
come
remember
from?
how we got into this whole thing with an avalanche?
Yeah.
We don't want another one, whether we're at the top of it or the bottom of it. I don't think we want one at all.
At all.
When you get one, get it in with
Or
it. Maybe you get out with it.
Whereas is that guy that repeats exactly what you said at the end of the sentence.
Basically, yeah.
At
Because
all.
it's a bad idea.
Well, let's travel.
It'll be a rough days of work, but I still feel we can get there before nightfall.
All right,
So
so
we
you
will
set off.
blaze a path.
Did we eat?
Yes, you are down another ration. So if
I
anybody was
didn't
lacking
have any.
rations, you would have to break into the sled rations.
They're coming out of this.
Yeah.
I used my
We
last
took 2
one.
from the sled.
So you and I
Yeah.
stole one from the sled then.
Yeah.
As you start traversing this landscape, snowy, beautiful landscape, the fun part about it is that the sled almost does sit on top of the snow, just based on the way the weight is distributed. So you can kind of, as though you guys are struggling and having to like climb on the side of the trail and like cross over and go a different direction. The sled you can kind of like guide with you and like keep up with you because it doesn't fall through. So it's
It'd
just
be nice to have snowshoes right
yeah,
now.
like does
Yeah.
Gypsy have little snowshoes? Like
Gypsy does have little snowshoes.
little doggy
Uh,
snowshoes.
It's kind of this like game of cat and mouse of like keeping the sled up with you and then moving forward and then getting everybody caught up and this whole thing. Make it through. You cross over sort of very small, through very small passes in the mountain. You climb over ledges. You're pulling. It's kind of like a little montage of you guys like pulling Gypsy up the side of a ledge, and Borath like lifting the sled up, and Arwa's like hanging onto one side and being lifted up with it. And at the top, like Yearbor and Elizabeth are like pulling it all the way up. And then maybe there's a very tiny hill, and you see Elizabeth and Gypsy like holding Gypsy like sled down it for like 10 feet, and then you stop and you wait for everybody else to catch up. And it's sort of no snow, no wind, and you realize like with sort of like a release of breath after a amount of time that you're like in the last leg of your journey.
Let's go.
Essentially, there's one last steep, but not like a climbing steep slope. And then like you'll go through one more kind of like stone gully, and around the other side of the mountain kind of opens up into a plateau between two peaks, and that is where the northern village is sort of nestled up against these two peaks. So you're very close. You head up the slope. There's this sort of
I wonder they needed adventurers to do this.
sort of like warmth in your chest, just knowing that you're almost there. And perhaps at this point you're already sort of thinking back on the adventure as though it's over. You did it. You pass through the gully, and you're making the final turn, and there is the village. This sort of like plateau. It's not huge, but all of the buildings are kind of nestled up to one side or the other of this, with the sort of empty plateau with very small, short structures to withstand the wind, like closer to the center, and then taller structures built up against each peak on either side. It's a little bit smaller than the village that you all traveled from Frost Edge, but you have made it to Winter's Peak.
Winter's Peak!
As you move forward, there's this sense of resolution until you realize that there aren't any fires, there aren't any smoke, there isn't any lights remaining around the village.
Oh dear.
Is there any movement?
No wind, no snow.
Does it look like it got hit by the storm and or the avalanche?
Nope, it looks relatively it's like the snow here is pretty deep. It hasn't gathered as deep as it was where you traveled from, like back over by the cave that you spent the night in. It looks relatively undisturbed. The snow is just gathered in.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if there's like any sign of life, whether like I know that you said there's no movement, but like no sign that anything living has been here relatively recently at all.
Without getting closer, it would be difficult to tell because, as you would know, living in this world, not much stuff gets left outside.
Fair.
It's indoors or the walls. Like, that's just kind of the way it is.
Warroth's gonna get closer, yeah.
I think that we should all get closer. That there's most certainly something wrong here. We should be on our guard.
And as she says that, she's gonna pull out her longbow and just keep it at the ready in case, I guess, we really just fall under attack or whatever. Just to be prepared as we travel through. Did you get your telescope back?
No.
Damn it! The one time.
Draw your weapons, cautiously moving forward. Even Gypsy is like very carefully stepping on the snow and their little snowshoes to not make too much noise. As you kind of exit like the final gully, having made this curve that opens up into this plateau, it's like midday, but there's this sort of blue light that begins to flicker above you, sort of mixing in with the sunlight and then overtaking the sunlight a little bit. And as you're walking forward into this silent, seemingly deserted village, you see flickering in the sky these beautiful like aurora borealis lights beginning to play up around the peaks above the village. You step forward sort of into the village center. There's these two sort of large, again short buildings in the center, and then there's more like houses and the taller homes pressed up against the far peak. As you go through, you're peering through different homes' windows that are like flickering in this eerie light. There's no one inside. All the furniture looks undisturbed. There are no signs of struggle or fighting. You make your way to the center of the village, and you're looking at these kind of long houses. No, you keep moving forward, and you make it to the other side of the village. This is kind of where most of the people live. This is like the largest area of houses and structures. And you're standing there, kind of like shimmering light reflecting on all your faces. And the door to one of the houses opens, and a figure steps out.
As this happens, and like as we're getting closer to the village, I'd like to unhook Gypsy, since it shouldn't be hard to just pull the sled ourselves. And that would be the only thing I'd say before this moment.
There, and this figure steps forward, holding onto the door, and pushing away the wood and leather and everything that sort of hangs in front of it to keep the cold out. And they're like trembling, a little bit stooped.
Hello.
And as they lift up their head with their hood, you see a long, crooked nose. You see, has anybody been to this village before? Arwell may have, because they're from the village nearby.
I don't know if I have before.
Well, I think in Arwell you might recognize this person, not necessarily by name, but they're one of the sort of village elders. You've seen them before. They usually are there. You've been here before. Although you've never gone at this time of year.
Yeah, I think I've always wondered.
Until you came of age, and this was like...
Yeah, safer times a year. This is my first big journey.
And they kind of lift up, and their eyes look sunken with deep bags under them. This weird, like, sort of darkness, like, giving them a sickly color underneath even the beautiful lights above. And they kind of look past you, but the lights, like, not necessarily in alarm, but just in... Come inside.
Oh, thank you, sir. It's very cold out here.
Hold on.
The lights have come again. I don't want to lose you two.
What happened with him?
Well, let's go inside first so that we don't get lost.
And
How's
if he kills us?
I'm fully walking inside.
How's Gypsy reacting to this individual?
She just seems nervous about the whole situation, not about him specifically. Because more like she's sensing everybody else's nervousness.
Yeah, not necessarily like
I'm gonna
feeling
grab
threatened
the
herself.
box of rations to take in with me.
Yeah.
Is there anything else we could bring inside?
I'll take a box.
Bring everything inside, but most importantly yourselves, and quickly.
Well,
I do
yeah,
so.
Yes,
I'll
sir.
grab what we can and try to hustle in.
Ushers you all inside. You guys haul every little piece inside. And then once everybody's in, it's a big enough home that you can kind of push everything to the sides and sort of stand semi-comfortably. You see, like, he takes one last peer around and then shuts the door. Sets the latch and kind of pats down the
Immediately
leathers.
get some food for this man because he looks starving, doesn't he?
Push the crevices, and as he turns around and you're like getting food, and he says, "No, sit, everyone, sit." And he just like finds his way to his chair and like slowly lowers himself down.
When you finally
Grab a chair.
I don't know how you all managed to make it through what we've seen out there.
Wasn't easy.
And he's like not like quite acknowledging when you guys speak. He just kind of keeps going. Beautiful nights have brought
But
and he kind of takes a huge breath, leans forward. I have a story to tell you. And that's where we're going to end the session.
Okay.
Matthew, what are you doing?
Nice.
This is a one shot.
Yeah, suck it.
I have to sit on this forever then?
Yeah,
no, it's
basically.
till the next time.
Who's to say?
Just till the next snowpocalypse.
The one thing I always believe about one-shots is that they don't necessarily need to tie up at the end. Especially
Fair.
in the world of Cairn, which is a dangerous, magical world, and you are constantly surviving.
That was fun.
Maybe we'll continue this sometime, maybe we won't. But I want to hear from the Peanut Gallery. How did we like Cairn?
Oh my
It's
god.
always fun.
It's fun.
Always
It's such a
fun.
fun, simple system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was your thing? You were saying about your favorite, or why you like Cairn so much at the beginning. You would share at the end.
I want to know, what did
Go ahead
Christian
and-
resist?
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, let me start with that one because I already have the answer to that one. So yeah, we like to do a talk back at the end of the shows, and everyone loved talking about the mechanics and how it ties into role play and like where you let one guide the other, or let one just fully take that moment or what. If anybody needs to go, please go. But otherwise, we can stick around, chat for a little bit. Thank you, anybody who's watching on probably not Twitch, but maybe on YouTube later. I love the Cairn rule set. So in terms of what that was, so I just put a Frost Elves there because I figured it fit the setting. I just wanted to kind of see, I wanted to have something that people could interact with verbally, because there are a lot of dangerous creatures out there, and like I could have put goblins, like any type of creature could have. But what I did was I just said there was going to be an encounter with a Frost Elf, and then right at the start of the encounter, I rolled what their attitude's going to be, because there's a table for that in Cairn. Kind of like old school D&D, where you roll, like you enter a room, you roll what's there, and you roll whether they're hostile, neutral, kind, whatever. And I rolled that it was going to be kind, so I just role played that. And then in terms of that, well, I figured they're kind. They're this rarer creature in the world that I created for this one shot. They would probably try to give a gift, but I gave them a purpose, which was just to have a connection with someone. Christian role played that really well, and so that role wasn't a resistance at all. It was more of a charisma check to see if they actually really connected. So it was basically, if they didn't connect, they were just going to have a night, and then they were going to be tired in the morning. Like they were going to take a level of fatigue. But he succeeded in the will save with Elizabeth's skills, so they were fully rested, and they had that boon that, again, I only said was going to be for themselves, but I think it made sense with the conversation between and I hadn't thought of this beforehand before Christian brought it up, like this conversation between like these two sort of elders of their kind, even though Sora looked really young, or looked young, that it was more of we had this shared moment of like understanding that we've been through lives and we're sharing that with each other. And so then they got to share their experience with Europe.
Fun.
Nice.
I really like that. Because like so many times, especially with the dark settings that we often find ourselves playing in, you're almost always on your toes when you meet some character, especially in the middle of the night. So I do like the dynamic of not necessarily knowing whether this is going to be a good encounter, but being able to just like, because like so oftentimes it's like you think you have a good encounter with someone, they stab you in the back.
It's
But like, it's not always that way.
Yeah, Cairn, the way it describes itself in a single paragraph, and I'll find it here. Players act as hardened adventurers exploring a dark and mysterious wood filled with strange folk, hidden treasure, and unspeakable monstrosities. And basically what I take to heart there is like each of those words. Players act as hardened adventurers. You guys are able to just do shit. Like, you don't need to struggle to light a fire unless there's a reason.
Right.
It's raining. It's like, it's like you guys can just do these things. You don't need to check for everything. You guys can do shit. You're capable. You have to be alive in this world. Right. You know, you're exploring a dark and mysterious world. It's always a little creepy. It's always a little dark. There's this air of mystery to it. The wood, you know, we change it, ice landscape, actual woods, mountains, desert, whatever. You know, and it's filled with strange folk, hidden treasure, and unspeakable monstrosities. The world is dark, and magic is rare, but known and used. So, like, Cairn, to me, it's so easy to play this very brutal world with these moments of magic. It's the
Well,
way
that
it's
and
way to feel.
the
It's really
the
fun.
system where we all talk about what we want to do in a round.
Mhm.
Rather than, like, you know, otherwise I would have
Yeah.
never said to Brandon earlier, like, hey man, maybe don't shoot it yet.
Mhm.
Because I mean,
Yeah.
like in a D&D system of like initiative, like it's not your place. Like you as
Yeah.
another
Right.
player, you
Cairn,
should try to.
it isn't a combat simulator, you know. You could die in 1 minute, or become have a huge. We didn't have that happen this time. Everybody rolled a little bit better on their HP and armor than I think they have in the past. But if you drop to exactly 0 HP, you get a star. So you roll on the table, and it can even change like your personality and your stats.
Yep.
And you
Damn.
can even boost them actually,
Right.
Because you
Mhm.
can re-roll for a stat because of an injury you have.
The scars are kind of really interesting. It's like
Yeah,
a
but
little
it's-
bit of a bummer that we didn't get to play with that
Yeah,
today, but
it's you only get, but that's only if you roll to exactly 0. If you go past 0 in your hit protection, then it starts eating away your strength. So it's like actually hurting your physical body until if you lose all your strength, you die. And there are things that can sap your dex and wisdom, which we played with in other sessions, but didn't really have in this one. But what I was gonna say for the initial point of why I think it's so attractive once people play it, and why people are like, oh yeah, well, let's play Cairn again. It's not just that it's rules light and easy to like pick up and roll with on both sides of like the table. I think Cairn, it's a little bit darker, which would be easy to change if you wanted to. It's a little bit darker and more brutal than this. That's the only part that kind of takes away from this point. But to me, playing Cairn feels like you'll expect playing D&D to feel like. Because people who have seen D&D and Stranger Things or anything, they sort of have this adventurous, you can do anything. Like you can just say you do things and they happen, and the rolling of the dice is kind of very, they don't understand that part because they haven't done it yet. They haven't gotten a book and looked at it and read rules and realized that there's 5 books this thick to like learn everything in D&D, because D&D is still a combat simulator, even with its edition, when it's trying to take that away and just did a bad job. So like to me, playing Cairn feels like what people expect D&D to be. Like, can I move and do this thing? Yeah, you can do that. I might give you a check.
The fishing rod though.
it's
But you know, like
Yeah.
he just has a fishing rod, and like
the manacles.
you know, I just had like people are this far apart. If he swings that around, it strikes the creature and you find them. Like, you know, didn't make you do a save for that one. Thank God, because you would have failed.
The wolf. Found the wolf.
Yeah.
Wow.
I do like, and I like this. I like Cairn because finding in other systems, like what action, what ability, what thing am I using, versus in Cairn, it's just what do I want to do, and then
what do
you're
I
like
have?
building a lot
What
of
can I
it.
do?
What do I have?
There's
Like
no classes.
Yeah.
it's so
Yeah.
much more flexible, and I feel like that is like pushing and also allowing me to kind of be more creative with it, you know?
Yeah, because I feel like especially in D&D and stuff, the like basic items that aren't magical, that aren't special, they kind of get lost and don't do anything.
Oh, they do.
But a fishing pole meant something, you know.
Yeah.
And that's not saying like if they're depending on like the type of campaign, but all those items could definitely mean something in D&D or Pathfinder or whatever.
But you'd never think of it.
Yeah,
You'd
it's
never
it's
really
not-
think, hey, I'm gonna take my fishing rod and swing it around. It's like,
And it,
well, can I do a perception check?
yeah.
I wanna find where they're at. Can I just do a perception check? And then it's
Yeah.
like, you could do like, I want to do a perception check by taking my fishing rod, taking off the hook, and blah blah. That would be like a really creative way to do that in a D&D setting, but without having all those different loopholes, it's just an immediate, hey man, I think I want to try this.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it's like that's not taken away from the fact that like love a good combat simulator, love playing Pathfinder. I got
Oh,
three
yeah.
actions. Here's my kit. Here's how I'm gonna tie these things together to try to make it work because we're playing, on a grid or on a map, and we're like trying to tactically together overcome this enemy over the course of these rounds. That's awesome. But in terms of like people who want to just role play and just like do things and Cairn kind of puts just enough rules to like move to the next thing, like to keep things moving. I think it describes it somewhere in there as kind of like scenes, basically. It's like here's a scene and then we move on, but you can decide at any point to just kind of move to the next scene, which is how D&D and Pathfinder all works too. It's just very rules light. Cairn for free online. They are about to actually come out with the second edition. They are working. It is like almost released.
Oh, cool.
I think the
I hope
playtest
I hope it goes well.
So maybe we could do a Grimm's Dungeon playtest of Cairn
Yeah.
second edition. That'd be cool.
That'd be neat.
Just
That'd be
saying,
cool.
I'll message Big Daddy Groot and see what he says. He'll say no. It's fine. Then maybe we'll get snowed in again, and I'll do it anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Do we
Well-
have any, like, before we get off, any favorite moments going around? I always like doing that at the end of like a stream. That's always fun.
It was mentioned, but I just liked the fact that my fishing pole moment. That's it. It was funny.
Oh, yeah. I
And
like...
my manacles would have been great if it worked
Yeah,
sooner.
That was a behind the screen. Like I could have made the call that I let Arwo attack first and kill it, and then you could choose to do something else with your action, but I didn't.
It was
'cause I
funnier this way.
wanted to make you fun.
That was
Yeah.
much more
That was for the
realistic. as well.
stream.
I loved when we heard the babies and Lisbeth gave another ration. I loved that. I was like, that's
Yeah.
so. I was gonna throw a ration, but you beat me to it, and I'm glad you did. Like,
Like, oh, possible
Yeah.
babies, and it also took my offering and didn't try to eat me.
it didn't
Like,
attack us. Yeah, no, I just
yeah,
loved that.
freaking-
Yeah, no,
And
you're
it
not-
came
Followed by
back.
the overnight interaction, like I like seeing the spots of joy and kindness in like really dark worlds. I think that's something in stories that I really
They really stand out.
They
in moments
do
like that.
when they're beautiful.
Yeah, I like having some things that just are never quite, which is easy to do in one shots because not everything gets explained. But I won't say easy. It happens more often in
It
one
happens.
shots. But like having those moments of just like, yeah, I don't really know what that was, but it's what it was to me in that moment or in the world was fun.
Yeah.
It's the brutal, dark world with moments of magic. That's
Yeah.
So what was
right.
one of your favorite moments then from this one shot?
I mean, I like I did like the second. This was more from a storytelling standpoint. The second thrown food item because that allowed me to bring them back
Yeah.
for a reason.
Yeah.
I don't know how that other encounter would have gone necessarily, but I didn't know that encounter was going to go that way anyways because you guys chose to press forward in the harsh weather.
Yeah.
It's like that's one of the GMing kind of tools that it gives you or like recommends, which again a lot of this is system neutral, and the advice can be used anywhere, but it just makes a lot of sense in Cairn, where it's like you guys just is very clearly defining the options you guys have, and then you guys can ask more questions about those things. But when I'm like, you're gonna be like open to the elements and like danger if you move forward, but is obviously the most cleaner and fastest. Or you can try to go into the mountains where you're going to be a lot safer from the weather, but everything else is going to be taking shelter there. Or you can go to the woods and maybe that is a little bit medium of both. So it's like
Maybe find a hermit.
you're defining these options and then letting everybody, either as characters or players or both, like sort of use the tools that they have like on their person, because there's no classes, it's just what equipment you have. Everybody can use the Warhammer as well as everybody else.
That is a cool thing.
The stats and stuff come down to like saves, which are important, but there's not as many, especially not in combat. Combat is just you kill or be killed or you run, which is what they recommend in the book.
Yeah, they do.
They say combat is usually a last resort.
Yeah.
And so
But I
that's
was
why
feeling really good against those smaller wolves. The dire wolf was like, oh, that's a problem. But like, getting each of those smaller wolves, knocking them down in Cairn specifically felt neat. Like that was
Yes.
like, oh, we get a little like
Mhm.
combat
It's-
as a treat. Like,
Yeah, it's so fun to like. I think we had that a little bit in the one shot we ran in person, where it's like it's so fun to hit something really hard and have it die.
yeah.
But
Mm.
it also creates that thing where it's like, oh yeah, that could happen to me too.
Yes.
So it's like awesome, but also like, oh,
Like, oh yeah, right. That's
do
intense.
I want to keep trying this?
Most
Yeah,
things
Elizabeth
will
got so
die
lucky.
if you hit them with a sword.
Elizabeth got so lucky. She could have easily
Yeah.
died.
Yeah, with
Brandon,
only
did you have a
one
favorite
armor-
moment, dog?
The whole night. It's great.
I will
Man
say,
of many
going off of
words.
that, my favorite moment, theft moment, was just literally the fact that on my items rolled, there was a hound. And Gypsy just was an absolute MVP.
MVP,
And, like,
Gypsy.
It just made like
Yeah.
it made like my whole companion, the whole system of Cairn. Like sometimes
Yeah.
you really want companions in D&D, but then you're like, well, what can my little familiar really do? Maybe it can
Gypsy
squeeze in
was
here
fun.
and blah blah. Like Gypsy was like a genuine hunting dog with hunting dog skills.
I was
And-
so confused on how you rolled a hound, and I was looking through the charts, and I was like, where is the hound? Where did that come from? And then you mentioned later, Matthew, that you picked like one of the packs, and I was like, oh, and
Yeah.
some of these
so with
slap. Like, I just,
character building, there's all the random tables that you would normally roll for all your equipment, and all those traits that I gave you at the beginning, Christian. But there's also a page of optional gear packs. So for your gear, I just selected where you were like, oh, I like ranged gear, so I gave you the Ranger pack, which has the longbow, hatchet, everything that you have, the trap, and the bloodhound. I saw that and I was like, huh. I
Cairn
didn't
also
think
makes
of that.
rangers feel viable.
Right, because it's not. I'm not giving you a class. It's basically the names for all of those is just the gear. It's not changing your
Yep,
stats. Like,
the
you
gear
should
pack.
honestly have a better will, I think, for like communicating with animals and stuff.
Mhm.
So knowing that going in, like next time you're creating your character, when you roll stats and you get a high, well, you got a high strength this time, you could use that single stat swap and make your strength 9 and your will 14. So you do have like a little control over your character
Mhm.
at the start. Especially if you roll a bunch of gear, you're like, man, it would be really cool if I had a high will because I rolled a spell book. So
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I don't hurt myself.
Mhm.
But again, you could roll all 6s and then 6 for each stat, and then you're just kind of fucked. But again, you could still hit just as hard as everybody else. You
Yeah.
just might not
Even with a
survive
dagger.
climbing that cliff, or outracing that thing, or you might succumb to an unearthly force in your brain more than anybody else. But you can still stab.
Yeah. He's
Yeah.
strong. No
Cairn's
dex
cool.
though.
Really good.
Cairn's cool. Well, thank you all. I hope the cliffhanger was all right. Maybe we'll jump off the cliffs sometime in the future. Maybe we won't. And maybe that old man will just have a story that never gets told to you, but exists somewhere in the zeitgeist of the Grim's Dungeon.
I'd like to think if he doesn't get to finish it, he just like in the next time he just closes the book. And that was their story.
I was
I have a
so
story
lost.
to tell you. He turns over, flips off the light, Aurora Borealis disappears. So anyways, it turns out he's just in like a studio. I was like, how was that take?
Yeah.
The green screen shows up behind him.
It goes into Grimm's Gauntlet.
Cut.
Well, thank you so much. We were Grimm's Dungeon. That was Brandon, Christian, Morgan, and Paige. I'm pointing on the Zoom, the Discord. I don't actually know where they are on the stream. Thank you for watching. We'll catch you in 2 weeks for Fallout. Our return to Fallout with Big Daddy Grimm in the chair, in person. And I hope you all are staying warm. You're probably all not here in Nashville, but I hope you're staying warm regardless. As always, in his immortal words, keep it creepy. Bye.